Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to the first, before we recessed for lunch, there were a few times where the protective order that applies in the ongoing criminal case was invoked. And so I just want to take a moment for the committee's benefit, for our witnesses' benefit, to discuss the protective order, specifically what it protects and to whom it applies, because I think there's some confusion about that. If you look at the last page of the protective order, right above where it says order, the court found that there's good cause to enter a protective order prohibiting the release of the materials Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police's there is good cause to enter a protective order under GS 15A 908 prohibiting the release of the materials Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police's investigatory file, including but not limited to any materials requested and enumerated in the above referenced demand letter. So I think there might be a typo in there, but it applies to the release of materials that were requested. So it applies to documents and it applies to CMPD. The above referenced files, this is under order now, the above referenced files and records requested by the House Oversight Committee from CMPD shall not be released. That's all that this order really applies to. So I understand there are other statutes that require confidentiality, but what we don't have to do in this hearing, and what I think happened a couple of times this morning, was we wound up burying our head into the sand regarding facts that are already in the public record. The media, I guess it was Dr. Emily this morning who mentioned that a lot of times it takes a tragedy and a dogged investigative reporter to bring a lot of these things to life. And I want to commend especially Naomi Coles at WBTV, who's done a lot of investigative reporting on this. We know a lot about what we know because of these investigative reports. We know that records detail nearly 50 visits from the authorities to the troubled home in the years leading up to Dominique's death. We know that that Dominique was severely underweight at the time that she was killed. We know that DSS had received at least 5 reports alleging children at the home were being abused or neglected over the 6 years prior to her death. We know that she was deeply scarred and emaciated and in need of immediate intervention. We know that people would tell investigators that Dominique stayed in a cage with rats and that the women in the home would tie her up with black tape all the time, whip her, and her body would become swollen. We don't have to bury our head in the sand regarding these facts. And it is important, if we are to get accountability, we are to get corrective action and fix the problems that we have at the local level, at the state level, that we are honest with ourselves and honest with each other about this. So I just wanted to say a word about the protective order, and I genuinely hope that this doesn't come up, that we want to respect the bounds of confidentiality that is required by law, but what we don't want to do is avoid a very necessary conversation about our public institutions. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will yield back.
The chair would remind the witnesses that they have already sworn for their testimony. They're already sworn in, and I would ask that you honor that oath that you took before lunch and remind you that it's still binding upon you. And with that, the chair recognizes Chairman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon now. Thank you for being here. Appreciate that. I'm going to first start with you, Manager Bryant. We had sent you a list of about 15 questions. You were kind enough to send those back, and I want to ask you some questions about that simply for clarification. The first question I have, though, is there were 15 questions. They covered a wide range of information. I know you're a very busy fella, and I'm curious, did you answer these yourself, or did you delegate it to staff and then approve them?
Chairman Warren, thank you for the question. Before I respond, do I have an opportunity to begin with opening remarks like the others?
I have no objection. Is the chair mine?
You may proceed, Mr.
Thank you,
Bryant.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the House Committee, thank you for your leadership in attempting to improve North Carolina child welfare system. The death of 6-year-old Dominique Moody is a heartbreaking tragedy. As county manager, hearing of the situation, it left me speechless. I would never understand how an adult can abuse a child. As county manager, when I learned of the situation, I immediately directed a comprehensive internal review to better understand the facts, identify any breakdowns in practice, policy, or decision-making, and determine what corrective actions might be necessary. Staff conducted a thorough examination to understand what occurred and, most importantly, what measures might be put in place to help ensure that a tragedy of this nature, to the extent possible, never happens again. I also asked for an employee investigation conducted by Human Resources for accountability and appropriate disciplinary actions. That information has been provided to the committee. And of course, while we cannot change the outcome for Dominique, we have an obligation to learn from this case and strengthen the systems entrusted with protecting all vulnerable children. That commitment remains my highest priority. I want to assure this committee that Mecklenburg County remains fully committed to working collaboratively with the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, state leaders, and our community partners to improve our child welfare system. We welcome the partnership of accountability, transparency, and constructive recommendations that will help us better serve children and families. At the same time, as you are aware, there is a criminal case pending and a court order regarding public disclosures of specific case information. Our system is far from perfect, but we have greatly improved our practices from within and in a sustainable manner. Our effort to assess our practice and make improvements began well in advance of the state's review. My commitment as manager of Mecklenburg County to this work has been operationalized through the new fiscal year county budget by my recommendation, which has been approved by my Board of County Commission, to add 22 new positions to DSS. My board recognizes the gravity of this work, which I am joined with my chair of our county commissioner, Mark Jarrell. The budget adds staff and support, as well as resiliency support for those on the front lines of this work, whose job is to investigate the brutality experienced by children. This work is grueling, and it takes an emotional toll on the workers who daily have to confront the horrific conditions that some children have to face. While there were changes to the staff, the collective team remains dedicated to our vulnerable children. Your letter addressed to me included some very tough statements, but I understand the need. I clearly understand the need for those words that were articulated. I know it comes from a place of deep care for the vulnerable children of North Carolina, a sentiment that I likewise share. As I wrap up my first year as manager, I assure this committee it is my intent to implement changes that will have a positive impact on the process in the future. I cannot answer why some people do what they do and harm children. I don't know the answer to that. I can only try to make sure that Mecklenburg is prepared to respond appropriately in whatever the situation may be. I commit to you that we will remain focused on that responsibility. As the new county manager, I extend my deepest condolences to the Moody family. I've had an opportunity to do that in person today. If there's one benefit that comes out of this trip of me coming to Raleigh, I had the opportunity firsthand to extend my condolences to Dominique Moody's uncle. That loss is tragic. And it hits home for me, because I'm from Cumberland County as well. I know what it's like to be born into a situation, just like Dominique Moody, when you cannot be raised by your biological mother or father. I experienced that firsthand. It's one thing when you talk about it in a setting like this, it's something else when you actually experience it. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to speak to the Moody family as well. I was raised on Murchison Road in Fayetteville, arguably the toughest part of Cumberland County and areas in the state of North Carolina as well. I attended E.E. Smith High School, the same high school as Dominique Moody's uncle, Mr. Peterson. And there's one thing about graduates of E.E. Smith, if you know anything about it, we're all family. You harm one, you harm all of us. I got in this line of work so that I can do my part to ensure that no other individual, a child, a family, whomever it may be, have to experience what Dominique Moody has experienced or what I have as well. This is not just a job for me, nor a career. This is my ministry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Loadholt, did you have anything you want to say? Please proceed.
So much. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the House Oversight Committee. Thank you so much for this opportunity to appear before you today. I want to begin by acknowledging the tragic death of Dominique Moody. As a grandmother, it is difficult to comprehend the circumstances surrounding Dominique's death. No child should experience harm or neglect by their caregiver. The loss of a child is heartbreaking, and our thoughts remain with all of those that are affected by this tragedy. Child welfare professionals enter this work because they are committed to protecting children. When a child dies, it impacts not only the family and the community, but also the professionals dedicated to serving and safeguarding vulnerable children. As public servants, we recognize our responsibility to continuously evaluate our practices and strengthen the systems designed to protect children. We take the findings outlined by the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services seriously and have worked diligently to review those findings, identify areas requiring improvement, and implement corrective actions to strengthen child safety practice throughout Mecklenburg County. While there are legal limitations regarding certain case-specific information due to confidentiality requirements, ongoing criminal proceedings, and existing court orders, which this committee acknowledges, I will attempt to provide as much information as allowed by law. And thank you for recognizing those limitations and restrictions in your letter to me. Since Dominique Moody's unfortunate death, Mecklenburg County's Child, Family, and Adult Services Department has undertaken an extensive review of our practice and partnered with external reviewers to assess service delivery, including partnering with NCDHHS to implement a corrective action plan. And I also want to stress, this does not define the great work of our staff who work tirelessly to keep children safe. Our focus remains on strengthening our systems and supporting our workforce to make meaningful and lasting improvements to address reports of abuse or neglect in the community. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today and will answer any questions to the extent permitted by law. Thank you so much.
Thank you both for your statements. Mr. Bryant, again, I asked, did you personally do the answers for those 15 questions, or did you have to rely on staff and then approve those answers?
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. Thank you for that question, Mr. Chair. It's going to be a combination of the two. I was heavily involved in drafting the responses with my team, but depending on how detailed your questions may be, I certainly may need to defer to Letecia.
Sure, and because of that, that's why I assumed staff was involved at some point. I was just seeking your approval of and review of the answers. On question 3, we had asked, when did Mecklenburg County leadership first learn of that 4 out of 5 screened out reports involving this family met the definition of abuse or neglect? Your answer was Mecklenburg County Child, Family, Adult Services leadership learned prior, and that's really all we need to respond to there. What I want to know is, what do you mean by leadership? Who is involved in that? Was an individual, a group of people? To what extent of leadership are we referring to?
CFAS, sir, stands for our Child, Family, and Adult Services Department, so it would be the leadership of that department, as well as it was then brought to my attention also.
Okay, but when you say leadership, though, I mean, how far up the chain are we talking about? I mean, can you tell me how many people were involved in that?
Keep me honest here. So it would be inclusive of, in the manager's office, myself, our deputy county manager over Health and Human Services, Dr. Kim Campbell, and then also at the time, the department head, Kim Henderson, and then also the division director, Letecia Loadholt.
Okay, thank you. Question 6, we asked if any, or has any employee been disciplined, reassigned, placed on leave, terminated, or otherwise held accountable? Your answer was that Mecklenburg County immediately took action to address the situation, and you have down that one senior social service manager terminated, a social worker supervisor resigned, and then we have one senior social service manager disciplined, 4 workers, supervisors disciplined. You have that list, I'm sure.
I have it in front of me, yes, sir.
So were these people terminated and the resignation, the disciplinary actions, all taken relative to the Dominique Moody case exclusively?
These specific actions was associated with the case.
Okay. Can you tell me what the tenure was of the service manager that was terminated? How long they've been there?
We don't have that with us, but certainly we can get that to the committee.
Okay. Were any of those cases that these folks worked on, are they being reviewed, or have they been set up to be reviewed for any other shortcomings or oversights?
Defer to you.
Thank you. So the cases, when we first learned of the situation, we immediately did a continuous quality improvement audit in our internally for just that specific team that worked on the cases, on those cases. So anyone that had been involved with the cases, we did an audit on all of their work. We also, after we looked at the audit findings, we actually enlisted a third-party entity to do a targeted case review to see what was going on within the entire department. So those cases were looked at by those people that were managing.
Thank you. You're using past tense. They were looked at, so you've got a report back from those?
Yes.
And is it possible we could get a copy of that?
Sure.
Thank you. Let's see. We had asked, did Mecklenburg County leadership know of broader screening, staffing, safety planning, documentation, supervision, or law enforcement notification failures before Dominique Moody's death? And your response was that Mecklenburg County's new leadership team was aware of general operational challenges that were common across child welfare systems, such as workforce capacity, documentation timeliness, and supervisory oversight, and had already begun implementing improvements. When you refer to new leadership, are you referring to yourself or your team? Or?
Yes, sir. As context, our former county manager who was in place when the majority of this occurred retired.
Right.
And that is not to deflect any responsibility to her. That's just me responding to your question. Also, the deputy county manager who was providing oversight of this area also is no longer with the county as well. And the department head is no longer with the county also. So when we say new leadership, we're now referring to myself, also my deputy county manager over services who was employed in August of 25, who is joining us as well. And currently, we're doing a national search to backfill the department head position. So that's why we stress new leadership, because we were not in place at the time when all of this primarily was occurring.
Sure, thank you. When you refer to new leadership ago, did you have to do much replacement, or were you able to assume some staff that was there with your prior manager?
There is some staff that is still in place that was in place under prior leadership.
Thank
There's
you.
also some changes as well.
Now, your answer went on to say these issues were being monitored and addressed through standard quality assurance processes and training. The fatality, however, prompted a deeper review that revealed the full extent of concerns. And I guess one of the questions I have off of that is, it implies that when you refer to the challenges that were recognized as being common across the child care system, would that not have sparked did it really require an incident like this to get you to look deeper, to take a deeper dive?
That is certainly one perspective, Mr. Warren. The perspective that we were considering at this time, when I brought in my new deputy county manager, I challenged her with coming in to assess the entire Health and Human Service division. So it's beyond CFAS as listed here. Because as it's been stated earlier, we know that this is a very challenging, complex operation and service. So I wanted to just ensure that bringing in a new set of fresh eyes of experience, a wealth of experience in that space, that I leverage that talent to see if there's anything out there that we can do better in Mecklenburg County in general. Upon learning about the transition of young Dominique Moody, it gave me even more reason to say I need to step back and take an even deeper dive look into this to ensure that nothing like that happens again.
Well, I would think that would be a natural reaction for sure. Number 10, we asked, did the county manager's office deny, delay, or fail to act on any request from DSS related to child welfare operations? And your answer referred to staffing. You said under previous county administration, staffing within child, family, and adult services was a holistic lens on the collective department, which encouraged filling of all vacancies before requesting additional positions. And that may have led to a perception within CFAS divisions that net new positions were discouraged by the department. Now, of course, and I'm not trying to point fingers or anything like that. I understand what you mean by previous county leadership. My question to you is, you were the deputy manager for 5 years, I believe.
That's correct.
So when you assumed this new position, did that policy stay in place?
It changed. Let me explain why. Let me, and I apologize for getting in the weeds. Our practice in Mecklenburg County in general, not just unique to DSS, but in general, and when you're dealing with competing resources and limited dollars to support those needs, and you have your departments coming forward asking for additional positions, one of the first things we do, and it's a common practice, not just unique to Mecklenburg County, but one of the things we do as we develop our operating budgets is look at the existing resources. So if we see that there is 10 positions already in the department that haven't been filled, and they're coming back asking for 5 more, then that's the initial conversation. Why should we fund 5 more and you need to focus on the 10 positions? That was the old practice, to your point. When I came in, I changed that practice and I said, look, regardless of what the vacancy rate is, what is your need? And that is reflected in my budget when I recommended 22 new additional positions, and it was funded and approved by my board.
Sure, that makes sense. Ms. Loadholt, if I may, when you've requested additional staffing currently or in the past, what response did you get?
Thank you for the question. So I just started working there in 2024, and upon my coming in, we were already set for our upcoming budget year, but we were able to get 5 additional positions, I believe, for team leads to help assist social workers that go out in the field and give them some one-on-one coaching.
Thank you. And how many unfilled positions do you have now?
I'm not sure. I don't have that information, but I can get that information for you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And although we don't have it, the filling of our positions have improved over the years. I do feel comfortable saying that, although we don't have the exact percentage.
Okay, thank you. We asked if Mecklenburg County has reviewed screened out reports to determine whether reports were improperly closed out without assessment. And your answer was yes. Screened out reports are reviewed by the manager, continuous improvement team, as well as external. So when did that policy begin? Or is that in conjunction with the previous answer that?
Will you repeat the question, please?
Okay. It's, has Mecklenburg County reviewed screened out reports to determine whether reports were improperly closed without assessment?
Yes. We have a quality, continuous quality insurance and continuous quality improvement division, and what they do in that unit, not division, I apologize. What they do in that unit is they do random audits of cases, and they also look at intake screen out reports to ensure that we are meeting the metrics and we are screening, having appropriate screenings. Anytime that there's a trend, then that requires additional training on our part.
Can you tell me how long, I know you just started there, but can you tell me how long that team has been in place?
I don't have that information. It's been in place since I've been working here since 2024.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. And your escalation process that you responded, Mr. Bryant, is that involving the director and the assistant director? Let me go back. The question was, has Mecklenburg County reviewed cases involving repeated calls for service to the same address, repeated reports involving the same child, or repeated reports involving the same caretaker? Your answer was yes. An escalation process involving the director and assistant director is in place to address repeated calls and reports involving the same caretaker. Is that in place now, or is that?
That is in place now. And also, I took it a step further, and I believe it is referenced in one of the responses. I've also implemented a weekly staffing. I, as manager, 8 o'clock every Friday morning, I am meeting with my CFAS team for these type of cases that we're discussing, because I also want to have direct insight where there's cases that have several touch points, and I want to know why. So in addition to what you have here, I also meet weekly now. I'm staffing just like the directors, the social workers as well, having the same conversations to ensure that I have firsthand knowledge of what's going on, and to also be more informed in terms of what are the resource needs for that department moving forward.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, I'm going to relinquish any remaining time I have with the caveat being able to come back. Thank you.
Director Loadholt, just as a point of clarification, you made a statement that you did your own internal investigation on case review, a case sample study. Were your findings in line with the DHHS case study?
They were pretty accurate.
They're very accurate in the deficiencies that they note in their report?
Yes.
Thank you. Next will be Representative Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here today. I want to take a look at something that, quite frankly, shocked me to see. In its fiscal year 2026 budget, your county's budget office graded your Child Protective Services Division, the one responsible for Dominique Moody. They used numbers from October 20th of last year. She died 8 weeks later. So this is how your county scored this department while she was starving. Let me read it to you. Your county graded how often children it already knows are being hurt or hurt again. The state calls it recurrence of maltreatment. And I'm going to quote your own document so that there is no confusion about whose words these are. Quote, recurrence of maltreatment is also below state targets, although the county is performing only slightly worse than other large metropolitan areas, end quote. Let me make that plain for the committee. Your county is failing children, and your county's own explanation for failing is that you are only slightly worse than other big cities. And it was no slip of the pen. Your county used that phrase, only slightly worse, 3 separate times in this one review. Director Loadholt, is that a fair reading of your county's own words?
I'm not even aware of the document that you're referencing. I would like to have more information about this document that you're referencing.
It's the fiscal year 2026 budget.
I have
Online.
not reviewed that. So I'll have to say, I don't think that's a fair assessment. I'm not sure, how that language got in that document, but I don't have any comment to that.
Director Loadholt, if you stand by, we're going to put it on the screen for you.
Sure, thank you.
You familiar with this document? Does that look familiar to you?
I'm familiar with that document, Representative. And thank you for referencing that. That is an example of the accountability and performance evaluation structure that we put in place. Obviously, you are pulling one excerpt from that report. You'll see that overall, if you go back to the first page, that service collectively received an 83 ranking, which means that it is performing well overall. But certainly there are some opportunities, and you've referenced some of those opportunities as well. What is missing from this document that the committee do not have privy to is the explanation that was submitted by the department in response to that. And Director Loadholt wouldn't know that because she wasn't in that role. That would be a conversation between our budget shop and the director over at CFAS.
So what your county was actually grading as only slightly worse, in your words, slightly worse. Recurrence of maltreatment is a clinical term for something very simple. A child this county already knew was being hurt, getting hurt again. Dominique Moody was reported to this department over and over. She was starved. She was brutally abused. She weighed 27 pounds the day she died. That's what your county's number looks like when it stops being just a number. And your county's verdict on that number, your verdict was, well, we're only slightly worse than other cities. Almost like it's reassuring itself that it's actually doing a good job. Now that you've seen the child behind the rate, behind the number, do you still stand by slightly?
Well, there's a couple of things. Obviously, we're not the authors of that report. It is from my organization, and it is from the Office of Management and Budget as well. In terms of this evaluation, when it was conducted, it wasn't factoring the case that you are discussing. It was looking at the entire universe of the operation itself. So I think you're taking it out of context when you directly tie these results to that case, because that office did not conduct this review solely for those purposes. However, I do accept the opportunities that were identified in that report. I'm not going to push back from that.
Can you tell me how you think I'm taking it out of context?
Because I know for sure they did not factor the Moody case.
Because these numbers were used 8 weeks before she died. And then in your new budget, you found how many $1 million in 22 new positions?
It's about a little over $2 million.
So you were able to find that money after she died, but not before.
No.
All right. Let's understand how your county decided it was passing. It graded itself on a curve. Its own report measures Mecklenburg against other cities as only slightly worse, instead of against the one standard that mattered, the one standard that matters in this work, which is whether the child in your care is alive. But child protection is not school. And it's not graded on a curve. A 6-year-old doesn't survive because Charlotte is only a little less bad than Houston. So answer plainly. Is that the standard that this department actually holds itself to? That as long as you're no worse than other cities at letting abused children be abused again, you've done your job?
I'm going to say no, because we have a lot of strengths in our county. Our county does very good work. And that might not be reflected in that report, and maybe that report is misworded, but I would like to share with you some of our strengths that our county does. Our county has gotten 96% of our intake decisions screened
The
appropriately.
chair is going to interrupt briefly. Just a reminder to the presenters that the time belongs to the member, so I would ask that you answer their questions and not prolong the responses if it's unrelated.
Sure.
Dr. Loadholt, here's what your county wrote up as a success in this same report. Your budget office celebrates that you cut the number of children taken into protective custody by 25%, from 527 down to 395, crediting, in its words, successes in pre-custody interventions and kinship placements. Now read that against the rest of the document. Abuse reports to this county were up roughly 60%. 60%. More children reported, a quarter fewer taken to safety, and your county called it a win. Dominique Moody was a child this county placed with kin and never removed. Was she one of your supposed successes?
So
Director?
I want to just let you know that we did not place Dominique Moody in our county. Dominique Moody was placed in our county from another county. She was placed in our county without any involvement from us. We did do a safety assessment initially, but she was not placed in our county by us. She was not in the foster care system of Mecklenburg County.
Okay, so she wasn't placed there, but you left her there. Correct? You didn't place her there, but you left her there. Is that correct?
I don't even know how to respond to your question.
You didn't remove her from the home.
No.
Doesn't a success metric like that create exactly the wrong incentive, Director? To leave children in dangerous homes rather than remove them just to keep your custody numbers down? Because that's precisely what happened to Dominique Moody. A child this county placed with kin and never took out. Here's what the only slightly worse looks like when it comes off the page. A 6-year-old reported to this county again and again who weighed 27 pounds the day she died. Your county had every number that mattered. The reports climbing, the children it didn't remove, a failing re-abuse rate. It saw all of it, scored itself, and decided it was doing about as well as anyone else and might spend a little less money. A child starved to death on this county's watch, and the verdict it wrote in its own budget was that it had done slightly worse than average. She deserved a county that was horrified. She got one that seemed satisfied that it was only slightly worse. I yield back.
Representative Sheetselt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again both for being here today. I believe most of these questions are for you, Director. So we heard from DHHS this morning about the process, and I just want to make sure that I've got this correct regarding intake. When someone makes a report of suspected child abuse or neglect, that call or that report is handled by an intake worker, correct?
Yes.
and that worker is required to ask a structured set of questions to determine what's happening, who's involved, whether the report meets the legal definitions of maltreatment, legal definitions of abuse or neglect under North Carolina law. Is that correct?
Yes.
The information gathered during that intake call is the foundation for every decision your department makes afterward, including whether to screen the case in or out. Is that correct?
Repeat that. I'm sorry.
So that information that's gathered by the intake worker, that information is the foundation for the decisions that your department makes regarding whether to screen the report in or screen it out. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
Now, the Department of Health and Human Services has explained why those intake questions matter, and I'm quoting directly here. These intake questions are necessary to obtain critical information to determine appropriate response timeframes. Those are not optional questions in my reading of that. They're required for the department to make a legally sufficient screening decision. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
Now let's talk about DHHS's findings. In a review of 122 cases from Mecklenburg's DSS, unrelated to Dominique Moody's case, the state found, quote, in 52% of intakes, intake workers did not ask sufficient questions to explore all alleged maltreatment. Have I accurately read the state's letter?
According to what the state listed, yes.
So in more than half of the cases that the state reviewed, outside of the death of this 6-year-old girl, your intake workers did not gather all of the information the state says is necessary to make a screening decision. Have I interpreted that 52% finding correctly?
That's correct, based on the letter, yes.
When your intake workers don't gather the information the state says is necessary, your department is making screening decisions with incomplete facts. That's not about making a conservative decision or an aggressive decision regarding screening. It's simply an uninformed one. Do you agree?
I slightly disagree, because when our intake workers are making screening decisions, they are using that screening and response tool, and there are also other factors that come into play with that. So once they look at that screening and response tool, sometimes they don't have enough information to make a screening decision to screen it in. Sometimes the information that is provided is not enough to state that there is a reason to go out to accept the report and screen it in. So I don't always agree with that.
You may not agree with that, but again, isn't it the intake worker's job to ask questions, to
Yes.
follow up? And so if the intake worker makes a decision to screen something out based on incomplete information, we're not talking about a bias towards screening in or a bias towards screening out. We're talking about making a decision in the dark. Would you agree with that?
No, because the intake worker is not the sole person that makes the decision. So those decisions are made on a 2-level screening process with the supervisor. So the intake worker takes the information, and then once that information is obtained, then that information is staffed with a supervisor, and then a screening level will be determined.
So if an intake worker screens something out, does that go before the supervisor?
Yes.
It goes before the
Well, the intake worker cannot screen it out alone.
And the supervisor has to determine whether adequate questions were asked, correct?
Correct.
Before they decide to screen it out. Now, I want to go back. In 52% of intakes, intake workers did not ask sufficient questions to explore all alleged maltreatment. You already agreed that I had read that correctly. That's DHHS's finding. If in 52%, more than half of cases, they did not ask adequate questions, then in 52% of cases, they made plainly uninformed decisions about whether to screen a case out. And that is both the intake worker and the supervisor, if the supervisor did not ask for more information. Am I interpreting this incorrectly?
No.
How many cases from that time period that was assessed by DHHS were screened out where the intake documentation was later found to be insufficient?
I don't understand your question, sir.
Let me move on to a different question because I think the number is less important than the follow-up action.
Okay.
After DHHS found that a number of these cases had been reviewed or had been improperly screened out without adequate information, did your department go back and try to initiate corrective action on those cases or on those reports? Did you re-review any of those reports after the state identified the problem?
I cannot answer that question because I'm not sure.
Okay. Intake is the only point where the department gathers information before deciding whether to investigate a report of child abuse or neglect. And if more than half of those calls are missing information the state says is necessary, then the screening decisions are being made without the facts required to make those decisions, to make legal determinations about whether a report meets the definition of maltreatment. So I will close with this. Why should this committee have any confidence in the department's screening decisions if the foundation that they are built on is incomplete more than half the time?
Can I take that question?
Please.
So a couple of things, and it's specific to the letter. When I met with DHHS on May 20th, when they shared with me, sir, the results from their assessment, the feedback was very balanced, all right? And this is not for me to dismiss a single opportunity that they identified. I want to be clear. But when we met with them, they highlighted several things that were doing well. And part of their process is to read verbatim the letter that they intend to send to us via email and certified mail as well. So they said, Mr. Bryant, I'm going to read to you the letter that we are about to send to you. First, they called out several strengths, things that we're doing well in Mecklenburg County. And then they close with these opportunities as well. Now, they're professionals. I'm not challenging their integrity, but I'm very baffled when the letter that we get is not consistent with what they read to us verbatim as well. But what they also concluded on multiple occasions, they cited their confidence that the plan that we put in place to respond to their findings, my internal investigation findings, and the third-party findings, they said they are very confident that we can get this back on the road. That's why you should be confident, sir.
I'm sorry, I don't buy that explanation, Mr. Bryant, because honestly, the reason that we are here and the reason that letter was necessary is because a 6-year-old girl was found dead in a dog crate in your county. That is unacceptable. And not only was she found dead in a dog crate, she was found dead in a dog crate after years of reports that went uninvestigated and unheeded. That is not acceptable.
Well, while you respectfully
I'm sorry,
don't
Mr.
accept
Bryant,
it,
this is, the time
Bryant,
belongs
that
to
was
the
not a
member, and this is my
question.
time.
Sure.
You had your opportunity to try to contextualize this letter and explain it away in bureaucratic language. I do not accept that. This young woman is dead because of the malfeasance or misfeasance of the department, the failure to heed years of reports. So I'm grateful that there was a balanced report from DHHS, but we're not here to talk about the strengths. We're here to talk about why a child is dead, and dead in a gruesome and avoidable way. With that, I will yield back the rest of my time.
Just based off of that testimony, Chair, as one follow-up question for Director Loadholt. You just testified that you were unsure whether or not you guys have followed up on cases that the state has said you failed to ask appropriate questions to ensure the safety of the child.
That was not his question. I understood his question to be, did we do anything about those cases as it relates to the intakes? So my understanding of his question was, did we reopen the case? Did we take that information and do anything else with it? I don't have that information.
I would think, given the proximity to this hearing and knowing that you were going to be coming here to testify when you received that letter a month ago, that anything that you did within the last month to now would be pretty fresh in your mind. So you as the director probably should have ordered that cases that you failed to act appropriately on in that letter be reviewed, be reconsidered, be reopened, something. I think your lack of knowledge that anything occurred is pretty appalling. And with that, we will recognize Representative Ager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for being here. I think we all know that we're here because of a pretty horrific accident. And we've talked to lots of folks today. And I think the reality of it is we all bear some responsibility. I think we know that. Those of us sitting up here and those in Mecklenburg County and those at the North Carolina HHS.
Representative Ager, just to declare the record, I would refrain from using the word accident when people have been charged with first-degree murder.
Sure. I would say it was an absolutely abhorrent situation. And now when we look at accountability, and that's what we're here doing, right? We're talking about oversight. When you look at accountability, the way I look at it is we put people in leadership positions in this world to accomplish tasks. And our job as leaders, when we put those people in those positions, is to provide the authority, the resources to get the job done. Now, my first question for you all is, do you feel like you have the authority in state law to do the things that need to be done to protect kids in our state?
So I think there is some opportunity. When we look at systems, I think there's some opportunity for us being here today because you all are the ones that are able to make laws. One thing that we would need is some additional funding that would help. And we're state supervised and county administered, so we only practice within the provisions of the state policy. I do think there needs to be some more enhancement to the state policy that would help social workers have more tools in their toolkit to be able to administer their jobs.
I appreciate that, and certainly would be interested in working with you and others to get to that solution that you're talking about. And that gets me to resources, and I think obviously money is part of resources, but personnel is also another part of that. And you've talked about the increase in personnel that have been added to the department in this year's budget, and that seems like a good thing to me. I would ask, currently, where do we stand on cases, sort of the average number of cases that a worker in your department
I have
has
that
to manage?
information, if you'll just give me a second. I think I put it here. So right now we have about 654 open investigations. I'm sorry, new investigations, and we have 1,021 open investigations.
And how many investigators do you have, or I'm just looking for kind of a per person caseload.
So we have 94 investigators.
So we're talking well over 10 in any case.
Investigators?
No,
Yes.
well over 10 cases per, about 100, so they've got more than 10 cases apiece.
They're averaging about 17 cases apiece.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, and so, as we look at that, what is a healthy caseload? If you were running a department with, a healthy caseload, what would that look like, do you think?
In a perfect world,
Sure.
I'd say about 8.
Okay. 8 is kind of manageable. And, I think one of the things that we don't often think about is that when caseloads like that get really high, what falls through the cracks. And, I spent a big part of my life in the federal government. I know how some of these bureaucracies work. One of the things that falls through the cracks is training and the ability to really talk to each other and figure out how to do things better, right? Because you just don't have time to do it. And so I do think that ensuring that we have enough personnel is really important. And then the next question, if I still have a little bit of time, Mr. Chair, is how much are we paying, our sort of initial entry folks into this department as well as, the middle managers?
1 second. So I don't have the information on the initial salaries, but we can get that information for you.
Okay, do you have a range at all?
I don't want to misquote any information.
Sure. Well, and, in my sense, and we heard this today from another of our witnesses, that, this is the hardest job in the state. And so I hope that we're paying folks commensurate with that difficulty. And, this all gets me back to, the challenge that we always face in government is the amount of resources that we have versus what we can accomplish. And we, in my view, are not expending the resources that we need to do the job that we need to do. And so we need to continue to figure out how to do that better. So that's all I had, Mr. Chair, unless there's an answer here.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry. I just wanted to add one thing to you. I do appreciate the context of our dialogue, Representative Ager, but I also want to just point out that when you look at these 1,021 cases that we have open, those cases could have a sibling group of 6 children. So when you're looking at those cases, it's not just one child per case. It can be 6 or 7 children, 2 or 3. So
Sure.
I just wanted to make that noteworthy.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that.
Representative, the salary that's been handed to me is $51,000. You got to put that in context.
Mr. Bryant,
Charlotte,
with respect, we have a proper format here. He's already yielded back. I allowed her to answer his question.
he asked me to answer.
So you had already yielded your time, Representative Ager. The time now belongs to Representative Reeder.
Thank you very much. I'm struck by the May 20th letter from DHHS to you that stated a broad, systemic lack of appropriate safety planning to address identified danger indicators and risk factors to the children was found. Do you agree with this statement?
I accept their findings, yes.
Do you agree with the statement?
I agree with the statement.
Okay, so broad and systemic, not individuals or isolated. Let me ask a question about the safety plans. When DHHS reviewed the opened assessment, these were in the case reviews, found that the safety plans were only adequate in 43% of cases, only 43% for safety plans. So these are children who have been assessed, who have been screened, who believe that they are at risk. And in their review, only 43% of the time did you have an adequate safety plan. Can you respond to that?
So I can't give any rationale as to why a safety plan wasn't completed as it should have been. However, what I can tell you is that the social workers are trained on our policy as per North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, and that is the guidelines that they follow.
So they follow guidelines, but they were inadequate based on that. What level of adequate review should there be for a safety plan? And again, a safety plan is when we've already determined that the child is at risk.
Yes, so the safety plans are put in place, so when you go out, you do this safety assessment, and those are also done at a 2-level review, a supervisory review, and the information in those are based on what was observed by the worker and the state of the child.
I mean, answer my question. What percentage of time should a safety plan be adequate? Again.
Oh, what percentage of time? I apologize.
Should it be adequate?
I think it should be adequate 100% of the time.
Okay,
in a perfect world.
So 43%. this was what the department found. You said that you had a third party and you did an internal investigation. What did you guys find when you did that?
It was pretty much accurate with what the state found. Our third-party entity actually completed their assessment of the targeted case reviews prior to the state completing theirs, and they were pretty similar.
What is it today?
What is what?
What is the safety plan rate of adequacy today?
We don't have the numbers for today because we only get the numbers, they come in for the month prior, so I don't have the
What was
numbers
it
from
last
April.
month?
I don't have those numbers.
What was it in February?
I don't have those numbers. I don't have any of those numbers today.
I'm blown away, quite frankly, that you acknowledged that in 43% of the time, a plan was inadequate by the department's review, your external review, and then your internal review. 3 different groups have said that you have inadequate safety plans, and you've put in a quality improvement plan you told us back in 2024, and you can't tell us today how many children who you've identified are at risk that you do not have the safety plan for.
So we have safety plans for all the children that we work with.
I'm blown away. Again, you said 43% of the time that you have an inadequate, and now you're telling me you have an adequate safety plan?
So the state told you that there was 43% of the safety plans that were inadequate. I'm telling you today, we have safety plans in place. Now, the safety plans that we have in place today are in place per policy of North Carolina State Department of Health and Human Services. We've also put in extra review levels to ensure that these safety plans are adequate and all of the boxes are checked and all of the measures are met. We are not allowing social workers to leave the homes of doing safety plans without consulting with the supervisor. So those are some things that we changed to put in practice.
With all due respect, how many of those plans are adequate today? You told me 30 seconds ago you did not know.
I don't. But I believe that they're all adequate with all of the measures we put into place.
So in your quality improvement plan, tell me about how often you screen these cases?
Screen which cases?
So I know a lot about quality improvement, and you said that you had a quality improvement team in place since 2024. These are the things that I would expect to be in a quality improvement plan. What are your 3 top measures that you measure in your quality improvement plan?
So some of the things that are, thank you so much.
1 second, Director Loadholt. I have to interrupt again. If someone wishes to contribute to the testimony, that you need to be sworn in. Would you like to be sworn in? Yeah. Step to the microphone. State your name and your title. I know who you are. We've had a meeting before, but state your name and your title. And if we could, is there a third chair up there?
She's getting it.
I'm Dr. Kim Campbell, Deputy County Manager, Consolidated Health and Human Services.
And I need you to say it into the microphone, please.
Dr. Kim Campbell, Deputy County Manager, Health and Human Services, Mecklenburg County.
Thank you. And do you swear that everything you've contributed up to this point and what you will contribute in the future is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you cannot leave that table from this point forward.
Thank you.
Dr. Reeder, I apologize. Once they get settled, you can continue. But we were testifying from the back row.
Tell me, what are your 3 performance measures that you monitor in your quality improvement program?
We look at the safety assessments, we look at the visits that are conducted, and we look at the risk of the children.
And in your safety assessments, are you looking to see if they're adequately performed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you consider looking at the adequacy of the safety plans as a performance measure?
Yes, the safety assessments are a part of the safety plans.
And what was your last month? I assume you do this on a monthly basis. What was your report last month? What was the percentage of adequacy?
I don't have that information.
Okay. Let me move on then from the safety plans let me just move on. Have you ever been a supervisor?
Yes.
Okay. We learned before from DHHS that the supervisors are the key in making a determination. What's your process if the intake officer, the assessment, and the supervisor disagree on whether there's abuse going on in the child?
So if there's a disagreement, then that goes up to a higher level, which would be the senior social services manager.
Okay. And how many senior social service managers do you have right now?
Seven,
And do you have any vacancies?
one.
Okay. And what about how many supervisor positions do you have? And how many vacancies do you have?
40 supervisor positions. I'm not aware of the amount of vacancies.
Okay. Talking about the supervisors, again, in the letter from May 20th, 64% of cases contain supervisory oversight at a minimum of every other week. We learned from DHHS that these are required by statute, I believe, to be done every other week. And in only 64% of the time was that done. So 36% of the time, the supervisor, who, as we've said, are the people responsible, they didn't show up and do their work a third of the time. Is that still the case?
So I want to say that the state's threshold is 60%. Isn't that correct?
I think the state said 85%.
Did she say 85? That's not what they told me.
Point of clarification?
Go ahead.
I don't know what the word.
For reference, until you have your name tag, if you could just state your name anytime you want to speak. And the time is the representative, so if he recognizes you, you can speak.
Okay, thank you.
Please tell me.
Yep, so point of clarification is such that during the reviews with the state, when we asked what the benchmark was that they were measuring the indicators against, what we were told is that the benchmark is 60%. I heard Lisa Crawley today say that the benchmark was 85%.
Okay. Even when they were done, 58% of the cases did not contain all the required elements for quality oversight. So you didn't show up 30% of the time, and 60% of the time they didn't have all the required elements. Was this consistent with what you found for the internal investigation and the outside investigation or review?
Yes.
How do we know that the supervisors are doing their work today?
Because we've put additional measures in place, so now we're doing third level oversight. So with the supervisors, if there's a case that has been had previous CPS history 3 times or more, then that case will be staffed with the program manager for oversight. And if there are any cases with high acuity or complex needs that has repeat maltreatment, then those cases are staffed at a 4-level review with the assistant division directors.
We heard earlier that a number of times cases were screened out incorrectly. Which person in your organization reviews the supervisor's decision?
That would be the program manager.
And how many cases, what percentage of cases do they review?
I can't say definitively.
What has been your direction to them to review a certain number of cases?
I'm not sure. I don't know how many cases they review, and I don't know what the metric is for the number of cases that they are required to review each month.
Ms. Loadholt, is this your department that you run?
Yes, sir.
And do you direct the supervisors?
I direct the division director.
And what have you told your division director to say to whoever is going to review the supervisors, how many cases that you expect them to review?
So I would like for them to review at least 6% of the cases per month. However,
Did you say 6?
6% of the cases per month. That's a very high number when you look at the number of cases that we get in. They cannot look at each and every case. So they do random case audits on the cases, and they pull a certain number of cases each month, but unfortunately I can't give you the number of how many cases they're pulling and what that percentage looks like.
I would submit to you that a random sample of 6% is inadequate.
Okay.
Manager Bryant, you run a large organization, and you talked before about how often now you meet with your director and the previous director, and you've changed that, so I think that is good. Do you feel like the department is adequately protecting children right now?
I feel like we put measures in place to improve protecting our children. I honestly, I'm in the opinion we can revisit our policies. As you know firsthand, this system that we operate in is not perfect. But to answer your question, I feel much better with what we've done to date and what we're going to continue to do.
Well, then I'm hopeful that the people in Mecklenburg County believe that you're working on it. But you can't say that you're adequately protecting children in your county. That's shocking to me. I think we all aspire to be better, but if you come here to say that you don't think you can adequately protect children in Mecklenburg.
That's not what I said.
I asked you if you.
That's not what I said.
Here's my question then. Do you feel that the department is adequately protecting children in your county right now?
I believe we put measures in place to do that. So yes, moving forward, my answer is yes. Today, yes.
Okay, and what metrics have you established with your department director to ensure that the people that she employs that are doing the job that they're supposed to do?
Well, and I have to have Dr. Campbell respond to that, but it's based off of state standards in terms of what we're benchmarking to.
And you keep going back to you're meeting the standards, but by your own, the department's review, your internal review, the third party,
Yes.
you were inadequate in all of those three things. And again, I'm just seeking assurances that it's actually different.
And you're right, and that goes back to what you referenced, and I do appreciate you acknowledging the steps I've taken. That's when I have my opportunities every Friday morning at 8 o'clock to take a deep dive to see what is going on, to see how we can continue to get better, and to ensure we do not have a mishap.
All right.
Is he done? All right, just a point of clarification on that. Director Loadholt, you said that 6% of cases each month is what you would hope for, or what?
At least, yes.
Okay. Can you provide an email, any sort of documentation where you have actually made that request of your supervisors prior to today?
He asked me what would I like to see, what would I do. I told him that I would do. I would like to see at least 6% of the cases.
So you have not made that request?
No.
Ma'am, I asked you what you were doing, and you said 6%.
Then I misunderstood your question.
Can I offer a point of clarification as well?
No.
No? Okay.
Next up would be Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll try not to be confused, Dr. Campbell. But Director Loadholt, I would like to start with you, if I may. You are currently Interim Director of Child, Family, and Adult Services as of March of this year, correct?
Correct.
And prior to that, you were Deputy Director in the same department for 2 years, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to be sensitive to tenure here, but I'm also not interested in the I just got here. So when did you start as Deputy Director?
March 25th of 2024.
March of 2024. What was the date of death of Dominique?
December 16th, 2025.
So almost 2 years, roughly?
Yes.
Okay. On the resume that you supplied this committee as Deputy Director, you listed as part of your job responsibilities, and I quote, oversee mandated programs, including Child Protective Services. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. When a report comes to your department claiming suspicion for criminal abuse of a child, General Statute 7B-307 requires your workers to notify the district attorney and law enforcement both verbally and in writing. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'd like to have that statute up on the screen, please, and I'm sorry the writing is very small, but I'm going to read to you the first part of this. If the director finds evidence that a juvenile may have been abused as defined by General Statute 7B-101, the director shall make an immediate oral and subsequent written report of the findings to the district attorney or the district attorney's designee and the appropriate local law enforcement agency. Did I read that correct?
Yes.
And I want to make notice here for the audience in the committee that the law says shall report, not may report. Do we agree on that as well?
Yes. I said yes.
Okay. Do we agree that if there's a suspicion of child abuse, this reporting requirement contains no ambiguity and the director does not have the discretion to decline to report it to the district attorney and law enforcement, both verbally and in writing?
That's accurate.
I'm sorry?
That's accurate.
Just to make sure I understand, your department, and I don't think it does, your department does not have the authority to detain someone suspected of child abuse.
No.
You do not have the authority to arrest someone suspected of child abuse.
No.
Handcuff someone suspected of child abuse.
No.
Present criminal charges to a grand jury.
No, sir.
Try a defendant in court on charges of child abuse.
No.
So we are in agreement on all of those. So we agree that the only way any of those examples can happen in a case of suspected child abuse is if proper authorities are notified.
Correct.
Okay. What I'm getting at here is the entire possibility of initiating a process that could investigate criminal abuse and bring accountability to the perpetrator is dependent on your department making that call when abuse is suspected, correct?
Yes.
And failing to make the report of suspected abuse is a violation of state law, not policy. It is a violation of state law, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to the DHHS report that reviewed 122 CPS reports and assessments. These findings are public record. Can we agree?
Yes.
This report found that 36% of cases where there were suspicions of meeting the criminal definition of child abuse, case files did not contain verbal and written notification to the district attorney and law enforcement. Let me say it in another way. When someone reported in your division that a child was being abused, 1 in 3 kids didn't even merit someone picking up the phone and writing a report or an email to the DA and the law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, there was emails sent to law enforcement and to the DA's office. We are working with our partners to strengthen the relationship so we can come up with a metric to make sure we're getting the verbal notifications done, but the email communications, the written communications were conducted.
It's your testimony here under oath today that of all 122 cases, there was written notification to the DA and law enforcement. That is your testimony today?
Not for all 122 of the cases. I'm speaking to what we're doing now.
I'm not speaking to what we're doing now. I will say again, I'm referring back to the 122 cases that Health and Human Services reviewed. So I'll go back. In that report, 36% of cases where there was suspicions of meeting the criminal definition of child abuse, the department did not notify the DA and law enforcement verbally and written.
That's accurate.
That is accurate.
Yes.
You do not dispute that.
I do not.
I want to be clear. Nobody is asking anyone in your department to adjudicate allegations of abuse. Nobody is asking them to crack the case. No one is asking them to make a prosecutorial decision or even try the case. The law is just asking, sorry, Mr. Chairman, strike that, demanding that they pick up the phone and send an email or a note. A phone call and a note. 1 out of every 3 kids who were likely victims of abuse just in these random chosen ones, couldn't even get that minimum of effort. What is your explanation for that?
I don't have an explanation for that. These are things that we are looking at now, and we're putting measures in place to assure that that does not occur again. I don't have an explanation.
So you're looking into that, you're putting measures in place. So as you've looked into it, what made it happen? Why did it not happen? Have you found any factors that were a risk for it not to happen? What you say you've done an analysis of this, what have you found?
So what we found is there are some difficulties and challenges with doing the verbal notifications due to law enforcement officers not being on shift or, not responding to the phone calls when we're trying to do the verbal notifications. So that's why we're working with CMPD and the Sheriff's Department so we can get some processes in place. So that's what we're doing with that. There are email proxy boxes that are set up so we can send those those written notifications for the DA's office and for law enforcement.
When was that started?
The email notifications have been in place since I've been there, since 2024, so I can't tell you when they actually started.
So you're contending that the problem you've identified is the DA and law enforcement not responding to your notifications, not that you are not making the notification.
That's not what I said. I said that we had challenges with giving our verbal notifications due to not being able to assess the offices or CMPD or the Sheriff's Department, and the DA's office, but we are sending written notifications.
You are now.
Well, we've been doing it since I've been there.
I think the point of clarification is that the finding, I'm sorry.
I want you to talk.
It's my first time. You can be.
I'll get to you in a minute.
Okay.
Lost my train of thought there. So you're saying that's what you're doing since you've been there?
Yes.
Were those 122 cases that DHHS reviewed, were some of those cases while you were there?
Yes.
Well, then your answer is incorrect, is it not? So you're testifying that since you've been here, that those notifications have been made.
Yeah, that's the practice.
Directly that contradicts what HHS found, which you guys have said you agree with the veracity of that report. Can't be both.
I agree. It cannot be both. I do think that there are some challenges that are in place. I do think that some of the information that has been characterized today is not characterized accurately. I want to be clear when I say that they are doing the written notifications. They are. However, we may have some challenges with that being in the documentation, so we cannot prove that it's done.
So you're saying that these were made but not documented?
In some
Can
cases.
you prove that? I mean, even if you could,
No.
it'd still be breaking the law.
Absolutely.
Correct?
Absolutely.
Let's move on, my goodness. So we've established that this notification is mandatory. We've established that a phone call and a note is what could be standing between a child and someone who can protect them. And the state found that 36% of the time you failed to meet that minimum. I see two possibilities. In those situations, that 36%, was it that the staff was so poorly trained that they were unaware of the mandatory child protection law? Or were they aware and they decided not to invest the few minutes it would take to protect the child in danger?
In my professional opinion, I believe it's because of the volume of work.
Okay, so you think it's heavy caseload, volume of work. How long would it take to make a phone call to notify someone of this?
5
15
minutes.
minutes? Could we agree on that?
Yeah, we can agree on that.
Okay. 10 minutes to write an email?
Yes.
Okay, so total 25 minutes based on your caseload and your work volume, you are saying that that is a mountain too high to potentially save an abused child's life. It's just too much to ask.
I don't think that's too much to ask.
I don't either. In your responses submitted to the committee after you were asked, did the DSS notify law enforcement or the district attorney regarding any report that may have involved criminal child abuse regarding Dominique Moody? You responded, and this is public record, that law enforcement was notified on 4 occasions spanning from January 2020 to February 2024, and that the district attorney was notified on 3 occasions spanning from May 2021 to February 2024. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not badgering. My hearing is terrible.
Oh, mine's too.
Sorry. I do notice even in the examples you gave January 31st, 2020 as an incident that was reported to law enforcement, but that was not one that was supplied as a referral to the district attorney. Was that information withheld from the DA?
One second, I just want to refer to my notes. It appears so.
Okay. Will you commit to furnishing the committee documenting proof of these notifications of these dates you've supplied to us?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to come back to this in a moment. Mr. Bryant, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. In your responses to the committee, you were asked, has Mecklenburg County reviewed all open CPS cases to determine whether any other child is currently unsafe? You responded, yes, all open CPS cases are reviewed by supervisors, managers, continuous quality improvement staff, as well as external contracted staff to assess for child safety. Each case is evaluated to identify any indicators of safety threats and ensure compliance with policy. Any cases requiring follow-up are triggered and addressed promptly, end quote. Am I quoting that correctly?
Your question is? I'm sorry.
I heard that correctly.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
And thank you for calling that out, because I acknowledge that a response given earlier conflicts with that statement.
Okay.
So those cases have been reopened and reviewed. Thank you.
Well, are you quoting a policy of the department? Or are you stating that that has happened in every case since her death?
I have to defer.
Okay.
So there are a couple of things that we've done for the 120 that were sampled by the state for review. Those are in the process now of being looked at. You know, that we're getting new cases every day, right? So we're integrating those into the review of the 120 that were sampled by the state. In addition to the open cases that are currently being worked, we have Allies for Outcomes, which is our consulting firm, and our CQI team that are randomly sampling cases to review the work that's happening in real time.
So since her death, it is a random sample of review of cases. It is not a global review of cases.
Well, every single open case has to have its safety assessment reviewed within 24 hours by the supervisor.
That was supposed to be the case before she died as well. So it was a yes or no question. Since her death, is it a randomized selection being reviewed, or is there a global review of those cases?
So there's a global review of the randomized.
Right, now you're fencing with me.
No.
Let me ask you a different way.
Okay.
Are you randomly selecting a sample of cases to review, or are you reviewing all cases?
So I think we're doing both, right? Every single case has some level of review. Is that?
I'm sorry, I'm asking my colleague to suspend so I can hear your testimony. Go ahead, please.
Yep. So every case is subject to a level of review. So we have 4 levels of review. So yes, every case is being reviewed.
Okay. I'm going to go back to you, Mr. Bryant. Are you familiar with the term work culture?
Yes, I am.
I'd like to discuss this a little bit because we've talked about, seems to always come back to money, funding. It's going to fix all of our problems. We just get more money, we get more positions. In your letter to the committee, you stated that part of your efforts on improving the practices of the department would include adding several new DSS positions, and you expected those to be approved, and you said those were, which is good news. I ask about work culture because can we agree that the failures surrounding Dominique's case and the staggering failures in the DHHS report suggest that work culture could be part of this problem?
Yes, sir, I solely agree. Let me tell you why. When I was appointed manager, one of the initiatives I rolled out is a new Culture of Caring initiative. And that's it. That's how it's branded in my organization, that Mecklenburg County will be a culture of caring. That is caring for each other as employees and making sure that we're caring for our customers as well. I actually brought in a consultant to help kick that off. And I put together work groups across the organization as a whole, which is inclusive of our social workers, to make sure that we address the work culture.
So we can agree that simply
We can.
adding bodies will not solve this issue.
It's not. And also, I appreciate
I'm not
someone
finished
saying,
yet,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Bryant, I apologize. Without a change in commitment to doing the job and not breaking the law.
I was going to say it's culture, and also, as you know, it's very traumatic work. And one of the things we also have in place is a counselor. So as our workers go out and experience traumatic experiences, that they have someone that they can talk to in confidentiality and help them work through that as well.
I have one last question for you related to work culture and work culture kind of coming from the top sometimes.
Mhm.
This goes back to my questions about notifying the DA and law enforcement about suspected abuse. We went to the 36% failure rate in this area, which we all agree on, correct?
Yes.
Agree on that? In your response to the committee, you include in the list of identified strengths of your department, and I will quote, 64% of cases where reports contain allegations that may have met criminal definition of child abuse, case files did include verbal and written notifications to the district attorney and law enforcement. So that is the same figure. We've just flipped it and said 64%, we actually did our job. And you said you were the author of these responses to the committee.
Yes.
And you listed this as a strength of your department.
And let me explain why. I, too, am challenged with the categorization of this percentage. What I have been advised by my team, and Dr. Campbell can speak to this better than I, from a state standard, this is acceptable. Not by Mike Bryant's standard, but according to the state standards for this particular metric, 64%, 60% above? Is it 60% above? That is acceptable. And I had a conversation with them about all of the metrics that have a result of a 60 or 70%. I'm like, why is that deemed as acceptable by our state? And that's not to be critical, but I have the same observation as you.
So, Representative Cameron, I don't mean to interrupt, but if I can get some clarity on that, we want to make sure, like, you're saying it's acceptable by the state. The state has listed it as a deficiency in their report for your agency with the very same number. I don't think that makes it sound like a victory as you're purporting it to be.
I'm not reporting it as a victory. I'm just reporting out how it's
Reported it as a
categorized.
strength for your agency, sir. The department reported it as a deficiency, and you're saying that it's an acceptable standard by the state. Their letter defies that statement.
Well, Dr. Campbell can speak on it, but what she shared with me is based on a 60% benchmark.
I have no qualm with whatever Dr. Campbell whispered in your ear. I have a qualm with the words that just came out of your mouth, sir. So
The words that came out of my mouth is I don't accept that standard. I just said that. I
Okay.
questioned the 60%. I said that. I agree with Dr. Campbell inquiring about why is 64% recognized as a strength.
So why put it on your report as a strength?
I explained that because 60% is viewed as a benchmark, sir.
So
I
you
don't
put it on
agree
your
with
report
it.
as a strength because you disagree with it.
It's listed here based on the benchmark. It's not based on Mike Bryant's perception. I'm reporting out what the benchmarks that define as acceptable and non-acceptable.
Representative Campbell, would you be so kind as to read where you got that statement from? Whose testimony is that? Is that the state's or a benchmark standard?
This is the answers to the questions submitted by.
It's on page 7.
Bryant.
It's the last bullet at the top.
Bottom of page 5 and goes to page 6. Ours printouts may be different.
Oh, okay.
That may be one of the. So I'll read. As a result of the state's 123, which we think was 122, correct?
Well, I'll go ahead and paraphrase. Is that not the testimony that you, sir, provided as a response to our questions to your office to get you on the record for your statement?
That is correct.
Thank you. I apologize for interrupting. Representative Campbell, you are recognized again.
Certainly not, Mr. Chair. That's okay. Thank you. I just have a final kind of thought and question, and this will be both to Director Loadholt and Mr. Bryant. Dr. Loadholt, in your letter to the committee, you said, and I quote, "Our focus remains on making meaningful and lasting improvements to address reports of abuse or neglect in the community." Mr. Bryant, in your letter to the committee, you said, and I quote, "While there were changes to the staff, the collective team remains dedicated to our vulnerable children." I'm going to push back on your words there a little bit. You both stated that your commitment remains to protect victimized children in Mecklenburg County. I will put forward to you and the committee that something cannot remain anywhere if it wasn't there before. And the only other word choice I'll ask is that we stop using the word opportunity as interchangeable with failure. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
All right, just briefly, I want to follow up. Again, Representative Campbell, I apologize for interrupting your time, sir. Mr. Bryant, there was a point there in that testimony where you clarified, you thanked Dr. Campbell for bringing up a point and allowed you to clarify that some of the reports that were documented in the DHHS report or some of the findings or some of the cases, apologies, that were reported in there had been reopened, and that conflicted with the testimony that was provided by the director. And so you thanked him for that. If you guys are having meetings every day and they're supposed to be reporting up to you so that you get access to information, how is it that you know this information and your director does not?
That's a fair question. And I'll respond this way. Letecia is serving as our interim director. This is not her permanent role today. The individual that was supposed to be with us today that has more direct involvement, Denise Steele Campbell, unfortunately last night she had a family emergency and she's not here. So there's some detailed questions that our interim director unfortunately cannot respond to. Hence why I invited Dr. Campbell to the table. And I appreciate her correcting what was misstated.
Okay. Also, in your most recent testimony here, you said that it's a traumatic job. And I'm not sure what was implied there. I respect the fact that it's a traumatic job. I've had a few of those in my past as well. Does that mean that we should forego standards and expectations?
Not at all.
So it's acceptable that what your testimony is that you only violate the law 64% of the time, or excuse me, 67? No, it is 64%, excuse me, of the time, because it's a traumatic job.
Chairman Chester, with all due respect, you're taking my response out of context. Dr. Campbell had asked me, he made a valid point, that to address the system failures, you just can't throw money at it.
Okay.
What I pointed out as well, it's not just dollars, it's culture, as well as supporting our staff's mental behavior. That was the context of that response and reference.
But it was the context of that line of questioning was circling around how you failed to report 36% of the time as the law requires, which means 36% of the time your department, your agency that you manage is in violation of state law, which also means breaking state law. So I'm not taking that out of context.
No, you're not taking that out. I'm talking about when I referenced the job being traumatic. That was taken out of context.
So my question stands. Do we not have standards? Is it unacceptable or unfair to still have standards even in a traumatic employment area? Should firefighters not have standards?
Yes, they should.
Should police officers not have standards? Should military soldiers in combat zones not have standards?
I'm not tracking with your question because I did not dispute having standards.
Okay. I'm just pointing out that we're not going to hide behind the fact that it's a traumatic job and make that the focus of this hearing when I venture to guess that the trauma-induced...
Mr. Chair, may I offer a point of clarification? When he referenced the traumatic job, it was in reference to something that I said to Dr. Emily before, and she responded to. And when he first responded, he said, it was mentioned earlier. It was actually I who had said that it was a traumatic job. So that was the reference there.
Thank you, Representative.
I'll accept it and withdraw my criticism. At this point, we will recognize Representative Servania.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here. I have multiple questions and very limited time, so I'm going to say, I've worked in this space, so I'm not going to talk or question you on speculation. I've seen the horrific things, including child deaths, and some of the horrible things that family members and loved ones do to children. This is not what children should endure, and it definitely shouldn't be any investigator to be able to see. It's inhuman. So I want you to know that I understand that. I do want to say and ask, there was a question about reporting increases. You can't control reporting, right? You can't control yes or no. You can't control people who are calling in and reporting abuse.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah,
because you can't control the calls or what the community sees that comes into you. So it's disingenuous to ask for you to control that when it's not it's not moved by you. Second, there's many metrics that are expected from you. You receive money from not only us or locally from your county, but federally. And we have investigation metrics, correct?
Yes.
You have child safety metrics, correct?
Yes.
And all other, that's multiple, with many different standards, not just a simply 60% one place, 85%. And I'm going to ask you, 60% is the one when it comes to reporting under this law, correct? Not to say that's great, we all agree. And 85% is the reoccurrence of maltreatment, correct?
Yes.
Now, in your budget report, not a division report, it was stated that it was slightly under. We know in the field, 85% is the standard, and you haven't made it, right? And we admit to that, correct?
Yes.
But with child death, we know it isn't acceptable. 100%, we'd love to have it reach 100%. Child death puts it all in front of us on the table. It is a failure. I grew up in a situation where 100%, like 99% is a failure. I don't hear them saying this is celebratory. When you've provided us data, you didn't say, this is great, we're like 100%, or we wouldn't be here hearing you say you want improvements, correct?
Correct.
Right, so I'm going to ask specifically to the case. It said there was 4 out of 5 reports that were reported in intake. What level of intake, what priority was assessed at intake for all 5 of the intake of Dominique Moody? Were they P1s, priority 1s, priority 2s, or was there not an assessment of that?
So out of the, well, can I answer that question? So the 4 out of the 5 screened out reports, with the reports, they were, and I'll tell you what the priorities were.
And while you look for that, priority 1, go ahead and I'm just going to state.
So two of the reports, one was for physical abuse and neglect, so that would have been a first priority because that would be investigative.
Yes.
And then, yeah, that was it. And then we had another report. And then we had another report. That one was accepted for an investigation as well. So that would be a priority 1. And then we had one more that we accepted for an investigation. And then we had one that was accepted for a family assessment. So that would be the other priority track.
So just to keep in mind, and to my colleagues, a P1 typically requires that an investigator go to the home within 24 hours, correct?
8 hours is immediate.
8 hours, so even better.
Mm-hmm.
And so that one that was substantiated, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and people had asked, like, if you're at intake, maybe a lower priority, that priority can change under investigation. Like, they could move it from family investigation to a P1 at any time of the process that an investigator works with the family.
That is correct. They can change the track.
Yes, exactly. So of that one report that was screened in, after the first 8 hours of visit, how often did that caseworker go back to the family? And or was it closed out?
So with the reports that were screened in for investigations, the social workers went out based on the policy, which is a minimum of 1 visit bi-weekly.
Yes, that's great. And so was it the same caseworker through all the intake reports, or were there different? And because of probably the region, was it the same supervisor during this whole process?
I cannot confirm, but I believe it was different social workers, and it could have been a different supervisor at each time.
So I asked this question earlier with the state. How are your cases captured? Are they all handwritten files? Or are they put into your CCWS system, or FAST, I guess, at this point?
So some social workers go out and they take notes on their phone. Some of them do handwritten notes, but all of the information has to be entered into the software.
Okay. Yes.
Sorry, there's a little bit of confusion on the back row, so just a point of clarity for her line of questioning. So I believe, if I'm correct, you made reference to the report that said 4 out of 5, and you began your response, and that's a reference to the screened out cases that are documented in the DHHS report, correct?
No, this is actually Dominique Moody's case.
So were those.
None of the, yeah.
So were those.
Yeah, okay. If we were included in the 122, then yeah.
No, but, and then you started making reference to cases that were actually screened in.
So she started talking about...
I just wanted to give you an opportunity to...
I appreciate that. Thank you. So she started talking about the intake reports, the 4 out of 5 intake reports that were screened out, and then she started talking about the priorities. So when the intake reports come in, they're either screened in or screened out. If they're screened in, that's when a priority is assessed to it. So that's why I spoke to the reports.
I just wanted to give you the opportunity to.
I thank you for that.
Yeah, we can get sort of wonky when we do
Yeah. I
work in the
understood what you
space.
were saying.
Yes, ma'am. And so were these, like, so we were talking about, I need to regroup, that sometimes probably the other caseworkers might have not been afforded the other documentation from these other caseworkers.
That could be possible.
And so the continuity of care through, or the process through the investigation could have slipped through that.
That could be possible.
So so we're all, like, the last intake that was progressed forward, how much work was done and when was it closed out, or was it never closed out?
I apologize. I cannot answer that question to specific case details.
Very good. All right.
But we did follow the policy and how we handled the case.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go a different direction. So you talk about your continuous quality assurance team. And this is really, and let me backtrack. When we talked about global and sample size, like, I know is the process to be, you do an investigation, you all bring it to your supervisor. That supervisor looks at every single case.
Yes.
So that's the global.
Yes.
Then it progresses to your program manager, probably your division director. And then you have your quality assurance team who does a sample size.
Yes.
All right. So I want to ask more details on that because it is a very small number, and that's concerning. I agree with my colleagues. But I also have a concern about, we used to do a lot of inter-rater reliability of those people who sit on that team. Do they consistently work together to make sure they rate everything and evaluate everything in the same manner?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So that's good. So I know I'm going to start running out of time. How often do you do your sampling and quality assurance?
So they are doing the samples, they're doing random samples across the entire department, and they're doing those monthly.
Monthly, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then how often do you do inter-rater reliability with your quality assurance team?
So explain to me what you mean by inter-rater reliability.
So we often had them at least do quarterly, making sure that they evaluate cases in the same way. We didn't want to have just one quality assurance person just doing one case. At times we do 3, and then we made sure that the 3 evaluated the quality of that case consistently. Sometimes it could be really different, and then when it comes back to the quality of care for that case, it's incongruent.
So you're speaking of cross-referencing and
Yes.
the quality, continuous quality assurance. I can't speak to how often that's being done.
Okay, all right then. And how many child deaths have you received over the course of a decade in Charlotte-Mecklenburg?
In the course of a decade, I don't have that number.
Whatever
I
time
can tell.
frame.
I'm sorry.
Whatever time frame.
Okay, so I can tell you that, and since 2024, up to in January of 2025, we had some conversations, or we looked at our fatalities, and there were 7 fatalities from 2024, and I'm not sure what the date was in 24 to 2025.
Now, we have to be kept in mind that it could be independent from investigations. I want people to understand
I have the
that.
breakdown.
Okay,
I have
very
the
good.
breakdown.
Let us
So
know that.
out of those 7 fatalities, we had 1 that died from sickle cell,
Yes.
2 that died from unsafe sleep, 1 that died from fentanyl toxicity, 1 from an overdose, that was a teenager, and 1 that was that died by child abuse.
Right.
But
So of the responsibility of your department, it was the 1.
yes,
And not to say, like I said, 100% is, we don't want any child fatality. But I wanted that level set, just in case they start saying that it's your responsibility.
thank you.
But it is this 1. Thank you so much for that, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Point of clarification. Did I hear the testimony correct that you said there was one substantiated case in this on the Dominique Moody?
I didn't say if they were substantiated or not. I just told her about the ones that were screened in. I didn't say what the case decision was, but I can go over that with you if you like.
You can do it now. I'm pretty sure I heard the word substantiated come out through that. I mean, it's recorded, so we can go back and verify, but.
I talked about the cases being screened in and the track that they
Pretty sure
were
she
screened.
asked you if there was one substantiated case, and you said yes.
Let me check.
Yeah. So,
Thank you.
did you want to address that now?
What is your question, sir?
Was there a substantiated case?
Okay, give me a second. Let me just review my information. One sec. Okay. So I've just been advised by my legal counsel that I cannot discuss any case specifics as far as what the case decision was or what was substantiated and what was not substantiated.
Based on which provision in the TRO is that decision based on?
So based on 7B 302, that was the information that we had given to CMPD, and that information was prohibited.
And is there not an exclusion in that law for the preservation of child safety, which is the exact purpose of this hearing today?
So with the 7B 302, as I stated, we provided that information or those records over to CMPD, so we are prohibited from speaking about those. And you said some more stuff. Was there anything else?
No, they're not.
Was there anything else that I needed to add? Okay, thank you.
You're not. Information can exist in multiple places simultaneously. So, I would encourage you to read 7B 302A1, subsection 1. I'll give you a moment.
Thank you, and I'll consult with legal.
Chairman Chester, listen, we're consulting with our attorneys back there. Their legal interpretation is that we can't provide it. You're welcome if you want to swear them in, they can speak to it. I'm just sharing with you what they've just advised us. For legal purposes, we can't speak to that.
Representative Sheetzel.
If I may just add some context here that maybe it'll be helpful, maybe it won't change anybody's interpretation, but of course there's a long-standing axiom regarding something like attorney-client privilege, that you can't make a fact privileged by disclosing it to your attorney. Your conversation with the attorney about the fact may be privileged, but the fact itself is not privileged. If these are already existing outside the investigatory file, We are not requesting these at this point. We're not requesting this information from CMPD, who is the party to the protective order. We are requesting that information from you, which was already a part of your file. And if the statute says under A1 that the department shall disclose confidential information to any state entity in order to protect a juvenile from abuse and neglect, and you can go through this entire subsection A1. I believe that's what we're asking for here today, which is squarely outside of the protective order, which protects documents within CMPD's possession from being turned over to this committee.
And I would reiterate that whether or not you substantiated a claim has nothing to do with the criminal investigation.
So there is a court order, a juvenile court order that prohibits us, do you want me to finish? That prohibits us from disclosing any information to anyone that's not a party to the case.
I'd like to see that court order. I would think it'd be proper practice if you were going to invoke a court order to have it with you. Yeah, the committee will be at ease. Thank you guys for your patience on that, and I appreciate your staff attorney helping us navigate that. And with that, we're going to move on and back into the line of questionings. We're going to remain in open session if that's appropriate. Yes, Mr. Attorney, I'm looking at you. Yeah, thank you. All right, at this point, Representative Quick, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to begin by thanking you for accepting that correction earlier, because that was, I think, very important. I also want to begin by pausing long enough to appreciate the reverence that all of us have for Dominique Moody and her life and those who love her. I think that everyone on this committee, everyone here, understands that this is a tragedy. And every emotion that my colleagues have expressed, I have them too. And this is bipartisan anger, bipartisan frustration, bipartisan remorse, and I believe that you all feel the same way about this death as well. However, as I said in an earlier here in a different group of people, that you all are the bullseye of a target that includes all 100 of our counties. Because the truth of the matter is, right now, in every one of our 100 counties, there is at least a child who has been mistreated, who has been abused, and who is in some danger. I don't think that's a stretch of the imagination to say that that's happening all across this state. And a statewide solution, statewide help to that will assist not only Charlotte-Mecklenburg, but it's going to assist Greensboro and Guilford County. It's going to assist Pitt County and Greenville. It's going to assist Hosky and all of the other places. So certainly know that while you are the bullseye today, that this is something that we, and I think everyone on this committee takes seriously, that there are children all over this state who are in danger right now, and the supports that we as a state give to our frontline caseworkers, those things can be improved. It also was suggested by you earlier that funding is an issue. And I'm not one to say that funding is the end-all to be-all to everything. You can't just throw money at problems. However, I'm also not one to shirk away from the fact that sometimes funding is absolutely, positively necessary in order to truly address problems and issues. And in this instance, funding has to be brought up as part of the solution. Training is a part of the solution. Hiring the right people is a part of the solution. Supporting those persons is a part of the solution. And making sure that they have adequate pay is also a part of the solution. And when we find those who are not capable of doing what we expect as a state and what Charlotte-Mecklenburg expects as a county, then those persons need to be moved out of the realm of child protective services. I also want to bring up the fact of this, as I brought up earlier. Charlotte-Mecklenburg is growing by 56 people per day. Everybody who moves to Charlotte-Mecklenburg is not moving uptown, is not moving to Ballantyne, is not moving to South Charlotte. They are moving in with needs, and some of those needs include needs from the Department of Social Services. It's unmistakable that that's a fact. How we address that on a national level, on a statewide level, on a local level, that's beyond you all's scope of responsibility. However, the fact remains is you all are directly being impacted by 56 people per day on average moving into Charlotte-Mecklenburg, and not all of them are moving in with resources. However, the other flip side of that same coin, this coin has about 4 sides to it, I'll tell you, is that you all can do a better job. When I looked, before I came here, I didn't just come here to talk about this issue. I got in contact with my Department of Social Services in Guilford County. I talked to them workers about the fact that the support services that I mentioned earlier, when people come in needing food assistance, when people come in needing housing assistance, those supports are often very slow to get to people. It happens in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, it happens in Guilford County. We have to be able to have mechanisms to speed up the processes so that people can eat, and that includes children. In fact, I would dare say in most instances, that includes children, that people have somewhere to live. That's not the focus of this hearing today. However, we cannot divorce it from the fact that it is part of the issue that brings us to this hearing today. So I don't have necessarily a question for you, but I want to join with my colleagues. Every emotion that they've expressed, every question that they have asked, I agree with, because we have to get to the bottom of this. I appreciate the fact that Representative Cunningham has brought forth the Dominique Moody Act. It is a tragedy. I'm a girl dad. I remember when my girls were 6 years old. It is a tragedy that a 6-year-old child, as Reverend Sheetzel said, was found in a dog cage after having been neglected for so long. If there's anything positive at all that can come from the legacy of Dominique Moody, it is that you all do a microscopic evaluation of how you deliver services, and that we as a state make sure that we not only hold you to account, because you have to be held to account, but also that we make sure that we are providing the supports. And some of that supports is funding, and some of that supports is also holding you responsible when something happens to a child. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Representative Quick. Appreciate it.
I would just remind the presenters, the time does not belong to them. It belongs to the members. Please don't respond unless called upon to respond. Thank you. With that, Dr. Reeder, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. I wanted to follow up on a clarification, Ms. Loadholt. You were in answer some questions to Dr. Cervania when there's another case, if it's a different social worker, different supervisor, that they might not see the information from other cases. Is it your testimony that when there's a different social worker or supervisor is reviewing a case that is already active, that they would not look at the other information?
My response to her was that it's possible. When she asked, did they not look at the other documentation? My response was that is possible, because I can't speak to say if they definitively looked at the other documentation or the previous documentation. However, all documentation should be reviewed when they're doing an assessment.
So you would expect everybody to review the entirety of the case before they make a determination?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to go back to the escalation issues and policies. Before I ask the question, I would love if you would provide me the comprehensive report on your quality improvement project, how many cases, how you're screening, what your metrics are, how those are shared. So later on for follow-up, that would be wonderful.
Sure.
So in this, before the hearing, you submitted answers about escalation, and I'm going to read your words back to you. Well, let me ask this. In your letter, you either wrote or you agree with the statements that you sent in your letter back to us?
Yes.
Okay. That you wrote, quote, had a procedure for escalating high acuity cases to the third level for manager review. And that process considered the CPS history of families, especially with those with 5 or more cases, regardless of the outcome of the prior cases. Those are your words, ma'am?
Yes.
So when we hit 5 cases, substantiated or not, your rule is that it goes to a manager for a look.
Yes.
Okay. How often does that happen?
Right now, the latest information I heard is that the cases are going up to the division director, and she's looking at about 60 cases per month.
And is she looking at every one of those?
The ones that are flagged through our new escalation program process.
When did that process go into place?
That went in February of 2026.
Okay, so you didn't have an escalation policy in place prior to that?
We were doing the 2-level reviews as mandated by the state, and then the program manager also does reviews with the supervisors. Now we're just putting a more robust process into place to include assistant division directors and the division director.
So before February, you didn't have a 5-level escalation? That's a brand new?
That's correct.
For you. Okay. Is 5 levels, 5 cases on the same case, that would be like a flashing red light? That would be a big outlier for you, would it not?
Yes, I believe it's 3 cases. I believe it's 5. It's 3.
That's your current policy, but did you have a policy before that was 5 cases?
No, it's 3. Oh, I'm sorry. It was 5. Now it's 3. I'm getting confused.
Okay, and so when did the 5 level, when there was 5 cases, when did that policy go into place that would go for a bigger review?
So that has been in place since I started in 2024.
Okay.
The 3-level process is relatively new.
Okay, so 5, irregardless of whether it's screened in or out?
Yes.
Is that, and so in Dominique Moody's cases, that didn't happen, did it?
I said the manager review. Yeah, the manager does review the cases. Repeat your question for me, please.
So you had a policy in place that if there was 5 cases or 5 reports, that would go up for a manager review at the time?
5 cases,
5
yes.
cases. Did Dominique Moody reach that level?
No, because she did not have, no. So there were cases that the manager did review, the senior social services manager reviewed outside of the supervisor.
Okay. So that did happen for?
Yes.
Okay. If you could provide something to that effect, that
Sure.
would be great. How many cases you said you had about 1,000 cases, and just to put a number on that, so 1,000 cases, how many children have more than 4 reports or 4, as you define them, cases?
Your question again?
How many of the cases, active cases right now, have more than 5 reports that you're working on, of the 1,000 people you talked about?
We don't have that information today, but I can provide you that information.
What would you guesstimate? Is it 5, 10, 20?
It's pretty hard for me to say because the cases vary, you know, and the complexity and the reason why they come in. So I can't really speak to that. I would not feel comfortable giving you an estimate as to how many children have repeated cases.
Is it more than 50, would you say?
I can't speak to that.
Okay, I'd ask you to provide that. How many cases do you think have more than 13 on a single?
Have more than 13?
13 is what Ms. Moody had. She had 13 reports. How many, because it would seem to me that, is that, can you count that on one hand, would you think?
Probably. That's probably a low number.
Probably.
Yeah.
And so it's shocking to me that it seems like everybody in the department would know her case. Because if she's got 13 reports over 5 years, even if there's multiple teams involved, it seemed like everybody would know this. And again, it's shocking to me that she's such an outlier, but yet there seemed to be such an unwillingness with which to do something for this. If the supervisor, or what would be the typical response if the manager looked at with the decisions of the supervisor and there was a disagreement over what should be done, how would that be adjudicated in your system now?
So if a case decision was coming in, or if there was a screening for a case decision with the supervisor and the program manager or the senior social services manager, and if that decision, they didn't agree on the decision, it would go up to the assistant division director. And that assistant division director would be the one to make the ultimate decision on the case decision.
How often does that happen?
I've heard of it happening at least 5 times since I've been in tenure.
So really uncommon.
Yes.
Do you know in Ms. Moody's case, was there ever those disagreements or those recommendations between the supervisor, the assessment, the program manager, the supervisor, who have all been involved in this case, where they had that disagreement and how they adjudicated that?
I'm not aware of that.
Not aware that it happened?
Yeah, I don't have any knowledge that occurred, that there was any disagreements in Ms. Moody's case.
So the intake, the assessment, the supervisor, the program manager, 13 cases reported, you said that would be a very small number. The program manager, all levels of that would agree that the care and attention to this child was adequate and correct.
I would have to say yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Representative Cunningham, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you all for being here. I'm going to start with a few easy things that I think people probably need to know. If we were looking at children subjected to abuse and fatality, what would your two age ranges be that are more prominent to die from child abuse and neglect in the community?
That would probably be younger children, probably 5 and younger.
There are two ages.
I'm sorry.
There are two age groups. Can you give me the ages?
Can you repeat your question because she was saying something to me, so I didn't catch all of your question.
There are two specific age groups that die, have child fatality due to abuse and neglect. Do you know those two age groups?
No.
I'm going to tell you those two age groups.
Thank you.
The first age group is 0 to 3. Normally, those children will fall up under RAMS. Are you familiar with the RAMS program?
Yes.
Okay. The second group of children are 13 to 17. They don't fall up under the RAMS. I'm stunned, but I'm going to move on.
Mm-hmm.
The next question I want to know is the handling of special needs children. When Dominique Moody came into Mecklenburg County out of Cumberland County, she was an infant. If she had been assessed properly, she most likely would have been identified as a high acuity, high level needs child and would probably not have been placed inside of that home without the proper medical attention. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. My belief is that when she was born, she may have had absence neonatal syndrome because the parent was considered to be drug addicted. So that would have caused some issues with identifying how she responded once she moved to the new location. When we went in and did the home assessment, which was on Mecklenburg County side, do you think that was adequate when they went in and did that home assessment? For that to be considered a safe environment for a child that was probably special needs?
I would have to say yes, based on what was going on in the home at the time back in 2019 when that assessment was done.
So they did the assessment in 2019, and they were supposed to go back every month after they did their initial assessment. Now, this is not foster care, this is kin care, right, which we moved to kin care because we want to keep children, with their family as much as possible. But sometimes that's not always the best decision to make. How many times did someone actually visually lay eyes on Dominique Moody when they went out to do an assessment at the home? Do you know that?
So the initial assessment that was done in 2019 was done prior to Dominique Moody being placed there. That was the assessment that was done to let Cumberland County know if the home was safe.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
You're saying that Cumberland County sent the child to Mecklenburg, but I'm asking, did Mecklenburg go in there and do the assessment before the child arrived?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm saying. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mecklenburg County did the safety assessment prior to the child being placed in Mecklenburg County.
Okay, let me go on. So can you still tell me how many times someone actually laid eyes on Dominique Moody in Mecklenburg County at the residence that she was residing?
So we did conduct some face-to-face visits ranging from December of 2019 through 2025, and I don't have the exact number of times they conducted the face-to-face visits, but they were conducted.
So you have documentation that they were done?
Yes, ma'am.
So in statute, we allow you to take a photo.
Yes.
If you deem it necessary to take a photo of the child in the conditions, wherever the environment is, are you all using that at all? Because you would have something to refer back to. If you had a picture, not everybody document the way you can see the picture of the actual, what they saw. Mm-hmm. Are you using it?
Yes, ma'am. We do take photos. And I do want to point out that prior to December of 2025, we had not seen Dominique Moody in over a year because we had no involvement with her.
Let's go to another thing. Dominique Moody was never enrolled in school. Why was that not picked up by the department? She never went to school. And that's in law. You know, they're supposed to go to school.
Thank you for your patience, Representative Cunningham. So we have to have a referral to be able to go in and help with the child being enrolled in school. And when you look at the school compulsory laws, it's 7 years old. She was not 7. So, I'm sorry?
Okay, I'm gonna let you, that ain't good enough.
Okay.
Okay. So she was in the 60% of the ones that didn't get a face-to-face. That's what, you know, she didn't get a face-to-face. You're telling me she was here since 2019. We had 59 interactions with CMPD. We had 13 CPS. Over that period of time. And if you break it down by the last 4 years, CMPD or some interaction took place 16 times a year. 16 times a year. And nobody was triggered. That's not reasonable. Now, I noticed also inside of the documents that several referrals were made to outside organizations. And still, no information or documentation was sent back or requested from DSS. That's not acceptable. If you make a referral to an organization, and I'm an expected director, if you make a referral to another organization before you substantiate or unsubstantiate findings, you should get those results back before you make a finding. Because you're looking for the outcomes. And if you ask people to do something that have the custody of a vulnerable child and they don't do it, something else should happen or some other procedure or policy need to be put in place. Because that's what you're looking for, is the outcome of saving the life. Not just to write it on a piece of paper and check it off. but that is done. And so I have a huge issue with the referrals because I hadn't seen one document that said we requested, nobody said today in this committee that we made a referral and we got results back. And then we substantiated or unsubstantiated. Nobody said that in here. And I'm trying to understand it. Because if you go to the doctor and the doctor make a referral, the other doctor office people going to call you back about the referral. So-and-so called and told us they sent a referral over for you. Now, it's up to you to follow through on the referral. But in this case, it should not be up to the 6-year-old child to follow up on the referral. It should have been the people that had her in custody to follow up on the referral, as well as your department to follow up to make sure that they were doing what they were supposed to do on those referrals, because those referrals could possibly have saved this child's life. And nobody did anything. I'm done.
Representative Dahl, you are recognized.
Okay. Is it called the PATH system? Is that the new computer system?
Yes.
And what has the experience been good with the follow-up and how that works?
Thank you for that question. So with Path NC, it has actually helped us quite a bit, because now with Path NC, when a social worker goes in the system, they can see any case documentation or information that the child may have had in any county in North Carolina. So the Path NC system is definitely helpful.
Okay. And prior to the PATH system, follow-up from county to county had to be asked for, I assume?
Yes.
All right. I need to ask about so I'm still shocked that somebody actually reported and saw filth in the home, as in feces and all these other things, and walked away as if it was acceptable. So I need to understand, is there a policy or something about cleanliness? And the reason I ask that is because when I was supposed to care for someone and I went into their home, if their home was unsafe, it was upon me as a human being, number one, but also upon me as a employee of a company to report that. Is there a policy about any of that within?
I'm sorry. So there are instances where if a social worker goes out to the home, if the home is extremely unkempt, or if there are structural damages or anything like that that would create an injurious environment, those things are documented, and those things are, they do work with the parents to get those things, or caregivers, to get those issues corrected.
Okay, so...
And those would be documented on the safety assessment.
So I guess my question is, from what we're led to understand about the situation, why we were led to believe that this had been in disrepair for some time. I mean, a ceiling doesn't fall in overnight, usually. So I'm confused as to why we didn't get anywhere with this. Did we fail? I mean, so my other question is, who follows up on the follow-ups? You know, when you put a referral in, how does that get caught? Because I am very sad, and this is disgusting what happened. However, I would like to solve this solution for the next child that comes along, because the chances that that's going to happen are unfortunately pretty good. So, you know, we can't backtrack, but we can live in the future and we can figure out what our process is. So when we put in a referral or something like that, what is the procedure for follow-up? Because Representative Cunningham was talking about there was no response from these referrals or follow-ups. So what do we do? How do we know?
I think this question was posed earlier to the state. And as the state stated, or Ms. Corley stated, some of the referrals, when you put those referrals in, some referrals you don't require, and maybe I shouldn't use the word require, but some referrals, you don't keep the case open for follow-up. There are, some cases, some referrals that you do keep open to ensure that there is proper follow-up, but there are some that you don't.
Okay. So that's a problem on a whole nother level, but I'm not gonna. Okay, so, and what, Representative Cunningham asked a good question about pictures and whatnot. Help me understand. So the only thing you have to state whether a worker showed up at a home and did the visits that they say is what? Their written word?
Yep,
Their
their
tracking? There's no tracking device or nothing that...
So we do have tracking devices. We have GPS tracking on our county vehicles. So when a worker goes to a home driving a county vehicle, we will be able to track that through our keeper system. I also want to point out that our involvement with Dominique Moody during COVID, the state only required us to do FaceTime, face-to-face by video. So we would do it by the phone, things like that. So it's very hard to assess a home when you're just doing a video visit. So I just wanted to point that out, and I cannot, and I do just want to reiterate that we had not had involvement with her since 2024 up until 2025. So if the conditions of the home, I don't know what the conditions were.
I understand.
Okay.
I get that. And my focus is not on finding fault with the past. My focus is how are we going to correct in the future? Because unfortunately, the news of the world is not really that great. We have a lot of individuals out there that have not, I don't know what, we have a lot of it. Unfortunately, we have a lot of abuse out there. And so this is not going to be the last case, which makes me incredibly sad. So how do we protect ourselves? And that's what I'm looking at. And I'm not going to, that's another, we can't go back there right now. It's horrible, but I can't go back there. My focus is how do we do better in the future? And I'm happy with if Ms. Campbell wants to answer, that's fine, or if you want to answer, that's fine.
So I'll start and I'll let her pick up. So I do want to say that as far as the picture taken, because as you stated, that's the best documentation to have a picture. So one of the things, that we have instated or escalated is a requirement for all pictures to be taken. Before, we would take pictures if there were certain instances, but now it's a requirement to do that at all times because, again, that is the best documentation. And I think Dr. Campbell.
So thank you for that. So relative to the follow-up on the referrals, it may be a distinction between the different tracks that happen after an intake comes in, right? If they go the assessment track and there's not a full investigation and there's referrals that are made as a part of that, then that's one thing. And then referrals that are made as part of the investigation, particularly if we take custody of a child, certainly those are followed up. And the reasonable expectation is that every social worker will follow up on every referral to make sure that the child is getting the services they need in order to have their needs met.
Okay, but with 17, when you're following, and I got what you're saying, I'm not, but I only have a limited amount of time. So in 17, if you have 17 cases per CPS worker, you have an pretty high expectation of one individual. So we have computer programs and all this stuff to catch all these things. Have we thought about doing anything like that would keep up with the referrals? Because it sounds to me like this poor child kind of just fell through the cracks. And so my question is, going forward, not in the past, do we have an idea of how to protect people in the future?
We do. I think that all of the responses that we've taken will contribute to child safety in the future. The multiple levels of review, the additional training, coaching, technical assistance, the supervisory oversight, all of that will help ensure that children remain safe
And my
in the
time's
future.
getting ready. I got you. My only question is, have we thought about follow-up on the follow-up? Because I know from getting a referral from the doctor that I sometimes have to ask them twice. So my concern would be if you're going to trust a follow-up situation, that you're going to have to come up with a system to make sure it's taken care of. That's not even a question, that's a suggestion. And we have enough computer technology, I think we could do that.
Thank you, Madam. Representative Willingham, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions, actually three. Is Mecklenburg kind of right now operating under what is called a corrective action plan right now?
Yes, so we've been notified by the state that we will be on a corrective action plan. We are in the process of developing that plan in collaboration with our regional consultant, that the contents of the corrective action plan have to be done in concert with the state rather than in isolation or in a vacuum with ourselves. So we're in that process now, and I believe it's due June 21st or somewhere around there.
Okay, that takes away one of my other questions, but do you have any idea how they're going to use that, or how you're going to use that to see how you're making progress moving forward based on things that have happened up to this point?
Yes, all of the indicators that I just gave relative to the oversight and support, the 4 levels of case file review, review of all of the documentation. There's additional information that's being put into PathNC to ensure that the social workers are meeting every single requirement when they investigate a case that is required to be reviewed by the supervisors before any decisions are made. The safety assessments are required to be reviewed within 24 hours and changes made before any decision is made. So there's substantial infrastructure support that's been put in place. Additional training, again, additional coaching and technical assistance. That's for our frontline supervisors, for our managers, and for our directors.
Okay, I'm going to ask you the same question I think that somebody asked the manager. Do you feel like Mecklenburg right now is a safe place for children?
Mecklenburg is a safe place for children.
Okay. And you're satisfied with that?
So what I would say is that we will work tirelessly to improve our system, just like the other 99 counties in this state, and that we won't be satisfied until we can ensure that every child is safe. And we will do that in partnership with DHHS, with our community providers, our law enforcement agencies, and our district attorney.
Thank you. I'm finished.
Representative Campbell, you are recognized for a follow-up. You don't have one? Oh, you. Representative Echeverria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, thank you. When a report comes into your department alleging child abuse or neglect, your workers and their supervisors are required to evaluate whether the allegations meet the legal definition of abuse under state law. And if the allegations meet that definition, the report must be screened in for assessment. If not, the report can be screened out. So just do me a favor and just briefly describe the process that governs that decision.
Thank you for your question. So when a report comes in, the intake worker goes through the screening and response tool, and there's lots of questions on that screening and response tool. There are different tracks. So if it's a report for domestic violence, they go through the screening for domestic violence. If it's human trafficking or sexual abuse, whatever the allegations are in the report. They'll follow that screening to ensure that they're asking all of the questions. Path and C has made it much more comprehensive to screen those reports. So once those reports are screened, then Path and C actually helps with the case decision. So once they get to the end of collecting all of the information and the case decision is there, then it has to be reviewed with the supervisor. And and then it's signed off on a 2-level review.
Okay. And so how many reports did your department receive on Dominique Moody's family over 6 years?
Over 6 years, it was 13.
13. Of those, your workers only screened 5 out. And the state reviewed those screen outs, as we've discussed here today, and found that, and I'm quoting, 4 out of 5 reports met the definition of abuse and neglect for this family and were screened out with no further assessment of safety of the children. So basically, we had 13 chances, 5 reports, and 4 of the 5 met the legal definition of abuse and neglect. Now, is that an accurate statement of what your records and the state's review show?
Yes.
Okay. Director, this committee asked you whether the CPS history was reviewed in each report on this family. You answered yes. How did you verify that?
That was verified through the intake. That was verified through the intake supervisor. When we went back and did our comprehensive review, we actually looked at all of those areas to ensure that they were looking at case history and all of those things when they were making their screening decisions.
Okay, that's a little challenging, Director, because the state found something else. The CPS history was, according to the state, was not reviewed, which would have shown the pattern of abuse and neglect. So the state shared what actually happened in the child's file and found the history was not reviewed at all. So which one is wrong? The state's review of your own records or the yes you gave this committee on the intake sheet?
No, I don't. So according to the state's report, I'm just conferring with the state's report.
Well, you know, because I found when I was looking at your answers, I found it interesting that some answers you just stated yes, and then you stated a policy position, while other answers you stated yes and gave factual information of why you were saying yes, but that wasn't there. But we'll move on. So, Director, the people of North Carolina pay your department to do one job, and that's to protect children. So your workers had reports about Dominique Moody on their desk, and 80% of them met the legal definition of abuse. And your workers turned away from every one of them, and now she's dead. That's why we're here. So given everything that we have just walked through, I have a more direct question. In what way is your department responsible for what happened to Dominique Moody?
That's a loaded question because I think responsibility lies with not only social services departments, but I think it also lies with the state. It lies with all of our community partners.
I agree with you. I'm asking in what way is your department responsible? I'm not saying you're the only group responsible.
Right. We share responsibility, and it is the department's responsibility to keep children safe, right? So what I would say is that policies don't harm children necessarily, but a failure to respond consistently to policy can contribute to harm, right? And so we're not trying to avoid the areas in our practice that need to be improved.
Well, I'm cut for time, so let me ask more directly. Did Mecklenburg County DSS fail Dominique Moody, yes or no?
I think that we could have done a better job in our social work practice.
Yes? So is that a yes?
I think we could have done a better job in our social work practice.
Okay. So let me ask Mr. Bryant, ask you a question. So, Mr. Manager, your own DSS director is acknowledging that there was something that you could have done better in Mecklenburg County. And we'll say it that way, okay? Do you agree with her?
I agree.
Excellent. So the only question I have left is basically how we responded to that. So I saw that there was one senior social services manager terminated, one social worker supervisor resigned, one senior social service manager was disciplined, 4 social worker supervisors were disciplined, 1 child care specialist, 3 was disciplined. Now, I understand we can't talk specifically, and so these people are unnamed. I don't know them. So my question to you, since we don't want to say how we are responsible, my question to you is, why was the senior social services manager terminated? Why were social workers disciplined, child welfare specialist 3 disciplined, and a social worker supervisor resigned, without naming them? Just why? That way we can get to where we're going.
So there was an investigation conducted through our HR department.
That question was actually.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, that was going to be my response. As I explained earlier, I directed an independent investigation to find out exactly what was going on, to learn more about my employees' direct involvement as well as indirect involvement. That report came back to me with a set of recommendations. And what you see before you are those recommendations that I supported.
Okay, and I'm grateful you did, but I'm looking for the reason. So I mean, someone doesn't get terminated without a reason. Why was this person?
Because of the actions that they did not take associated with the investigation that they should have, whether it was following protocol or standards.
Okay. Well, I'll give you the opportunity to answer what I asked the director, but I'll ask it differently. How is Mecklenburg County not responsible for what happened to Dominique Moody?
How was Mecklenburg County not responsible?
Yes, I asked her how Mecklenburg County was responsible, and she declined to answer that. And I'm asking you, how were they not responsible?
Because what we have learned is there were some, would have been categorized as some failures that Mecklenburg County should have followed through.
Okay.
From my perspective, that is how we are held accountable.
Thank you. I yield. Thank you.
Oh, hold on. She wants one question. All right, Representative Cunningham, you are recognized for what has been promised to be a short question.
It's not going to be a short question.
You said it was.
Well, it is going to be very brief. I wanted to get a commitment from the county manager as well as the director that you have the opportunity to put some policy and some guidelines in place in reference to these referrals. And I want that commitment before I leave this room today, that you all will look at that and find some kind of way to capture that information and to make sure that it's acted on promptly and properly. Lastly, yes, I brought forth the bill. I know a lot of people have seen the bill, but it's not to hurt DSS. The legislation is to assist and put some additional expertise in place that may not be available to you all at the local level because we are a growing population. And it's not just Mecklenburg County. It's all across this state that we're seeing issues regarding child safety, fatality. So it's constantly going on. So we need some assistance. So I hope that you all will engage and support as we move forward to give you all some additional assistance where we can spot these red flag, high-risk children and have the interaction take place as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May I respond to her question?
She did ask you for a response. Yes, sir. You may respond.
Okay, well, first, since I have the opportunity, Representative Cunningham, I want to thank you for your service to Mecklenburg County. I want to take advantage of the opportunity. You have my utmost commitment to this. We will get better. We are already demonstrating that. That has been acknowledged by the state, North Carolina DHS department. And we still have work to do, and we're going to do it. And I'm not the only one committed to that. I have a team that's committed to that, including 700 social workers. Many of them either watching now, at some point watch as well. They too are not happy about this situation. So you have a commitment beyond the county manager. You have a commitment of an entire organization.
I would just like to add, Representative Cunningham, if I can, that the structure that you're attempting to put in place with your piece of legislation is viewed by myself and my team as being supportive and contributing to an infrastructure of support that is necessary to keep children safe. We don't have any problems with your legislation at all. I don't know what other DSSs are thinking across the other 99 counties, but we welcome our partnership with the state and work well together. And any additional support you're going to give to Mecklenburg, we will take.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Warren, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, I don't have a question for you. I just have a comment, and I want to thank you for coming up here today and testifying. But I also wanted to point out to you, we are not a court. We did not call you up here, regardless how it might have seemed at times to you, to find you guilty of anything. We are seeking to find information on how your department works, where there might have been a failure, how we can work together collaboratively to make sure this type of thing doesn't happen again here in Mecklenburg or anywhere. But we didn't bring you up here to placate the committee either, to be evasive in answers, or to try to justify failures or department, but just to provide truthful testimony and to make recommendations on how this body can assist in making this process in this department work better. Now, I was going to offer you my observations, and Manager Bryant, your resume and your work experience highlight your qualifications for your current position. Moving from deputy to the manager's position provided you an opportunity to set critical new standards for every department that works under you and to demand adherence to them and nothing less. Your testimony today and your written testimony, in my opinion, creates an impression to me that you accepted the county manager's position, but you didn't embrace it. You have put measures in place in response to a travesty, measures that should have been in place and would have been in place by someone eager to prove and make that department his. I don't know if your 5 years preceding this as the deputy clerk, it might have made you complacent or feel like if it's not broke, I'm not fixing it. But some of the responses that we went over and you validated in your response to our questions, acknowledging that there were general operational challenges and really not putting, it says that you were monitoring them and addressing them through standard quality assurances. Someone embracing that job, in my opinion, and with some 50 years of management experience, tells me that somebody eager to make it his own would already have these things in place. So that's disappointing to me. As you once said, and you'll recall, I'm sure, we exist for one reason, and for one reason only, to serve. And I submit to you that tragically, Dominique Moody was not served. It wasn't lack of funding that led to her death, but it was poor performance, lack of supervision, and lack of a culture that was there to serve. And I know it's a hard job. I've worked a lot of hard jobs, managed people in a lot of hard jobs, and I'm so glad that Representative Campbell touched on notes that I had earlier, which was it's about changing the culture. It's not easy, but it's possible. We had done that with DES back in 2011, 2012, and I'm sure you can do it. As I said earlier, you certainly have high accolades, you have a lot of qualifications, a vast amount of experience, and I look forward to seeing what you do with the four things you've implemented in answer 15. But you said those kind of validated that you didn't feel you didn't need any more involvement from the state, but it's incumbent upon us to continue to monitor that you are truly committed to these and not giving us word salad. There's lives at stake, and it's incumbent upon all of us, yourselves and us, to make sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure that the response we have to poor societal performance helps mitigate the dangers in there and gives the very best protections and opportunities to the most vulnerable in our population those who represent our future. So thank you for being here today. Mr. Chair, thank you.
No one else in the queue. I guess it's my turn. I don't even know where to begin. I've been tracking this case for quite a while. Know quite a bit about it. Had meetings with you guys about it. Had meetings canceled with you guys about it. I guess I'll start with one of the questions I asked back in April, which is, how do you guys verify that the reports that are provided to you are accurate? How do you verify that when a worker says they're going out to do a visit, that actually happens?
So that would be through the GPS in the cars. They have notes that document the visits that they make, those kinds of things, regular supervisory sessions and that kind of oversight.
So when I met with you in April, I recommended that to you. You said that technology was available to you. I asked for that information to be provided to us. It has not yet been provided to us. And so you still don't have any proof that is actually being done. You're just using the same reasoning that it can be done. I'm asking, is it being done, and when will this committee be able to prove that it was actually performed?
So as I understand it, the records for the technology in those cars is good for 2 years, or they purge it in a 2-year cycle. So if you're asking for the records for those, the period of time that we still have that hasn't been purged, we can provide those to you.
It would have been more appropriate to get it earlier with a 2-year window on it, with a 2-year shelf life when we're talking about a case where a little girl died in December of last year. The window is closing for those records to be purged. We're losing access day by day. You made several references, or I don't believe you did. I believe it was Director Loadholt, that at a particular time prior to Ms. Moody's death, she was not in your care. You were not involved with her. Would you expand on that slightly, because we've got some confusion on that again. What did you mean by that you weren't involved with her?
So Dominique Moody was never in our physical custody, so we did not have involvement with her outside of any reports or anything like that.
So for the benefit, explain the difference between when she's in your physical custody and you consider that you're involved with her, and when you're responsible for the well-being and the check-ins on the child.
Okay, thank you for that question. So as Ms. Corley spoke this morning, with the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, when a child is in foster care, we are required to do monthly contacts. Dominique Moody was not in foster care. She was not a foster child of Mecklenburg County, so we were not required to do monthly contact visits with her. When we get a report, and if a report was accepted, then we are required by statute, by law, to go out and provide contact visits to her. If we get a courtesy assist from another county, then of course we go out and we do visits. So from the period of 2024 leading up to December of 2025, we had no involvement with Dominique Moody. And when I say that, I say that to mean she was not in our physical custody, and we had no outstanding reports or open investigations.
So for clarity, 24 to 25, you're saying she was not in your custody?
No, she's never been in our custody.
She's never been in your custody?
No.
What was the nature of her placement?
The nature of her placement was a kinship placement that was done with another county, not with Mecklenburg County. And when she became under the legal care of her caregiver, that was done by a civil action, not with the involvement of Mecklenburg County. That person, that caregiver, went down to the court and they got custody of her.
And to your knowledge, without being overly specific, was Cumberland County conducting visits?
I can't speak to that.
So you don't
I don't know if Cumberland County was conducting visits. I don't know.
So you wouldn't coordinate with a county that wanted to come in and visit? You wouldn't do visits on their behalf from time to time?
If they request us to do visits on their behalf, we will do them. Or if they request to cross county lines and come into our county to see the child, we would give them permission to do that.
I think there was a line of questioning earlier where someone mentioned photographs. What is your policy, or do you have policies and procedures in place that govern photographs, when photographs are to be taken?
Yes. Photographs have to be taken in every case now.
You want to explain why you ended that with now?
No, yes, I'll explain it. I'm tired for one, so that's one reason why I probably ended it with now. But photographs have to be taken anytime a social worker goes out on a case, during initiation, throughout the life of the case. Certainly when we're closing cases, we're taking photos, so that documents the life of that case. That is something that we just recently put into place. However,
Can you define recently for us?
In February.
February of this year? Okay,
Uh-huh.
thank you. Carry on.
So when I talk about photographs, we always took photograph pictures, but now we're just a little more strict on the guidelines of when those pictures or photos will be taken.
And when did you become more strict?
February.
Why?
Because we saw that there were some opportunities that we needed to put in place that would make sure that we're documenting much more succinctly. So one thing that we saw, there may have been cases where photographs were taken, and there may have been cases where photographs weren't taken. Not to say that was right or wrong, but now for consistency, we're ensuring that photographs are taken for all cases.
And was that a decision you made as part of your internal review following
Yes,
the Dominique Moody case?
yes.
Okay. So that was a deficiency that you guys noticed internally and decided to address?
I wouldn't call it a deficiency. I would say an
It's not a
inconsistency.
deficiency. Why would you fix it?
We wanted to be more consistent across the board.
So were photographs taken during the Dominique Moody case? That should not be privileged at all. That's simply a yes or no. I'm not asking about the content.
Yes, I didn't know if I could answer. Yes,
They were.
yes.
Of the 13 occurrences, how many occurrences have photographs?
Of the 13 occurrences, we had one screen-in, so I know that there were photos from that one.
So the 13, I'm using occurrences just kind of broadly. So I see that we had this conversation in April. You probably want me to be more specific with my language, I'm guessing. Okay, of the 13 reports, right? That's been established today that there have been 13 reports.
Mm-hmm.
How many of those have photographs?
The report that was screened in.
I don't think your answer will change, but I just want
Right, the report that was screened in has photos.
Uh-huh.
And I do want to go ahead and add that the most recent report has photos as well.
Okay. And what year was that case that was screened in?
2024.
2024. And I'm going to try to stay relatively generic here. Was that case handled by normal channels, or was it handled by a team that normally wouldn't have handled this case?
The case from 2024, that case was handled by the family, that case was a family assessment, so that was not handled by the Special Victims Unit. So just a normal investigation.
So it's just a normal investigation?
Correct.
So that's not a case that was handled by the after-hours response team?
Well, the after-hours response team they're just a group of social workers, and they handle either or. So I don't think I understand your question, or maybe I need to clarify how the services work.
Mm-hmm.
So we have special victims units, teams, and in those SVU teams, they handle the high acuity cases and the serious neglect cases. So anything like with physical abuse, sexual abuse, those types of high acuity cases, they handle those. The cases that come in that are neglect and dependency, those cases are on the family assessment track, and they're handled by the social worker twos.
So I got so many directions I want to go. One, so when I went in April, was I privy to everything you guys had?
Yes.
And you're sure of that?
Yeah, my recollection is that you came to town and wanted to see the DSS case file. While you were there, you asked questions about our HR personnel files. We didn't know that you wanted to see those prior to your arrival. We didn't have them ready and prepared for you. But we pulled up for you on the screen the case summary of all of the interaction with Dominique Moody and that family across the board, and then had the actual case file up for you in its entirety. So we made it all available to you based on what we understood your request to be before you got to town.
That's fine. Yeah, not disputing that. My question is, do you recall how many reports were shared with me and were alleged? How many reports did you share? It was 10. I'll tell you, it was 10. And I asked very clear questions multiple times that this is everything. It was 10 reports. 5 in, 5 out. Very easy math. Why now, in the testimony written to this committee, am I just now getting the number 13?
I think it's because what we did for the response to the committee was include the assist cases that we had from the other counties.
One of the cases that you presented me in April was an assist case.
Okay.
So that can not be the reason.
All right. That's the reason that I understood, Representative, that we may have inadvertently left out the assist cases when we talked to you in April. But
wasn't there also part of our conversation in April where I made clear that I felt like you guys were withholding information that you should be sharing with me? And I gave you time to talk to your attorney, and then I came back into the room and we had a much better meeting after that?
so my recollection was that you stepped out because you were asking questions that were HR related, and we needed to talk about what we were allowed to share with you.
No, I think I was pretty clear that I provided you guys with information that I knew you were withholding. You asked how I knew it, and I said, because I know you're withholding it. And then I asked for additional information, kind of laid out a case for expectations, and then gave you time to discuss with the attorney whether or not you guys felt like that would be appropriate, and you guys did. And then we came back in, and we had a very pleasant meeting after that. And I'm getting a nod from the attorney in the back.
Sure, yeah. I mean, that I think that is accurate. I think what I'm reacting to is that I thought the entire meeting was pleasant. I didn't experience any of it as unpleasant. And
well, thank you. I tried.
I mean, honest. I'm just being honest. So when you stepped out in order for us to confer with our attorney, for me, it wasn't an adversarial sort of experience, and we assured you at that time that we were not intentionally withholding anything from you. I said personally to you that we are an open book, and I offered to work.
That's the crux of my question.
Right, I offered to work in partnership with you.
So there are 3 cases that were never, or 3 reports that were never shared with me prior to any court order. By whose authority? Mr. Bryant, you're the one who scheduled it. You're the one who deputized them. You're the one who said that they would handle it and that you had instructed them on what would be provided.
Right. But your line of questioning says that...
I just directed it to Mr. Bryant. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Mr. Chair. You're exactly right. When you and I spoke, I agreed to coordinate the meeting with my team and for them to share the information that they did. My conversation with you, as you know, you acknowledged that it was a good meeting. So I'm finding out now about the discrepancy as well. I currently don't have an answer for it.
That's why I said I'm conflicted as to where to go next. because I have seen, not to disparage anyone, but I have seen what feels like an effort to withhold, to protect an organization, a county, I don't know. And it seems like a lot more effort is going into protecting information from becoming public than went into protecting the child at the center of this. Let me ask a clarifying question. Do you believe that any laws have been broken by your department or the members of your department?
So if a failure to follow statute is breaking the law, then the answer would have to be.
We've been advised legally not to respond to that.
I mean, it seems like a fairly simple question. I would say that, yes, a failure to follow statute would constitute breaking the law. Is that applicable to anyone? Did you discover that to be applicable to anyone in your internal investigation?
We followed our policy.
Did you follow the law?
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm conferring with my attorney to make sure that I speak
We're allowing you
within
the time. Yes,
parameters
sir.
of that. What I've been advised is we follow the law to the best of our abilities. That's my response here.
So your internal investigation did not include any times at which you did not adhere to statute. And there are no employees that have been disciplined for violations of statute or any action that would be expected to be done per statute. This was not what
They were disciplined for not following county policy, as I stated earlier.
Did you investigate whether or not they followed state statute? Was that part of your internal investigation, or did you guys just ignore the law there?
Yeah, I believe that the HR investigation, which was an independent investigation, was done relative to our internal policies and the guidelines that we follow when we're delivering social work practice.
Okay, do you guys evaluate whether or not someone has violated statute when taking disciplinary action? Do you guys evaluate whether or not your employees have violated statute when taking disciplinary action?
So that's all a part of the policy because the statute is enveloped in the policy. So if they were violated for not following policy, then I guess your answer would be yes.
Who's notified when an employee of yours violates the law? We're not even talking about the criminal referrals on child abuse cases. I'm just asking about if an employee breaks the law.
That is brought to our legal's attention. That is brought to my attention as well. That would be brought to the attention of the department head that is over that operation also.
Okay, we're in the case where disciplinary action was taken, have you guys referred those to legal yet?
Repeat your question.
In the where you guys have made reference almost as a type of scapegoat that you've held people accountable, that disciplinary action has been taken. Is part of that disciplinary action in this case a referral to legal to see if there's a criminal element to what they did?
No.
No. Is that something you're willing to do? Let me be clear. Failure to report crimes against juveniles, that's a law. requirements. Any person 18 years of age or older who knows or should have reasonably known that a juvenile has been the victim of a violent crime or violent offense or misdemeanor child abuse under this section shall immediately report the case. You guys have already said that you did not. You have people who did not make proper criminal referrals. Have any of them been referred for criminal charges? 14-318.6. 14-230, willfully failing to discharge duties. It's essentially, I'll let you guys look it up, but essentially any government official that fails to discharge their duties. We already established that you guys have a duty to report, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. It's a Class 1 misdemeanor. 7B 301, duty to report abuse, neglect, and death due to maltreatment. That might be the only one you guys got right. Once. I am genuinely stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. Because what I have seen and what I have witnessed and what I have knowledge of is heartbreaking. It's unacceptable. And children are at risk because people aren't allowed to talk about it. You hide behind the law while violating the law. And then have the audacity to call me, Mr. Bryant, and tell me you're disappointed in me. There's an email that you sent me that references a conversation you were not part of. So how were you made aware of that conversation?
I'm sorry, I don't have the context of what you're referring
The
to.
meeting that, I keep wanting to call you Dr. Campbell. That would not be inappropriate, would it? Yeah, okay. The meeting that Dr. Campbell and I were a part of, in a couple phone calls and in an email, you make reference to that. How are you made aware of that conversation? How do you know
Of which conversation?
the conversations that occurred in that room?
Oh, I was briefed by my team.
You're briefed by your team,
That's right.
so it's hearsay.
And I spoke with you. You recall, as I was boarding the plane to Dallas, you acknowledged how great of a meeting that was.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about.
Well,
the
that was my point of
quality
reference for the
but
meeting.
Yes, but you make reference to it based off of reports from your staff, correct?
That's correct. And you.
And then you verified with a direct source, correct?
Verified what?
You had a conversation with someone, then you verified with me the facts of what they told you. Or is there another way you verified the information that was being reported by your team?
I verified the experience from your meeting with my team and my phone conversation with you.
That's my point. 2 points of verification is what you do.
That's accurate.
Yes. Yet in your reporting and you're failing to report within the department, we don't have the same standard. We just don't have the same standard. You guys cannot prove that you're going out on a site and putting eyes on a kid. In the Dominique Moody case, you can only prove it once. Because correct me after, you said there were two cases where there were photos, correct?
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's only one case that has a photo of her. And it's not that one, is it? It's not the post-death, post-mortem.
That's accurate.
That's accurate. So only one time while this child was alive did you guys document anything. Once. And let me reiterate, She was alive when one of your workers did the right thing and made a recommendation that was later overturned to remove the child. How does that happen? I've seen the photographs. I know what evidence was used to overturn the decision. How does it happen? You said that if there was a dispute between the caseworker that went to the house and did the interview and a supervisor's decision, it would go up to the assistant division manager. Is that correct?
It would go from the supervisor to the program manager. If it wasn't taken care of at that point, then it would go up to the assistant division director. And if there was still a disagreement or not an agreement on the decision, it would go up to the director if needed.
How far did that case make it? Was it disputed at all?
I'm not aware of it being disputed.
You guys haven't even, you haven't looked. That's a culture issue. If you've got a professional on the line that is making a declarative statement that, hey, this child's being abused, this child has ligature marks, this child is malnourished, there needs to be a follow-up here. This is not a safe environment for a child. And then a supervisor comes in and overturns it. Why does that member of your team, that subordinate, for lack of a better term, not feel safe in your administration to appeal that decision? Because I have no doubt that that person still carries that with them. What is the employment status of that person that made the recommendation, the original recommendation, not the supervisor that overturned it? Is she still with you? He, she?
Mr. Chair, I just consulted with our legal team. We don't have any record of an employee filing such report.
So you don't have a record of an employee that took photographs that said it was with ligature marks and recommended for the daytime team to follow up?
So what you're saying is...
I've seen the pictures.
I understand what you're saying about seeing the pictures, but I believe your first question was who was the worker that...
I just asked if the person, let me clarify. Is the worker that took those photographs on the original point of contact and performed the original interview, are they still employed with you?
Yes.
They are.
Yes. Yes.
Kudos to them. They are committed and they love children. Because I don't think if I witnessed what they witnessed and then got overturned by a supervisor who wasn't even on the scene, that I would stay. I think you guys would have a significant retention issue. But thank God some of your workers love kids. I think a vast majority of your workers are in this for the right reason. What about the supervisor? Are they still in your employ? Would you like more clarity? The photograph had ligature marks on the little girl's arm. A supervisor then overturned the definition of ligature marks, or the declaration of ligature marks, and said it was caused by scratches from a nail protruding from a crib. I think this goes to DHHS's report that you guys are not asking clarifying questions enough to establish the abuse and neglect of the child, when I don't know that you followed up about nails protruding from a crib. Is that supervisor still employed by Mecklenburg County? If you don't know, that's unacceptable.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the confusion. She is no longer employed with us.
In your administrative review, how many people were placed on administrative leave?
12.
And how many people had contact with this case in total? If memory serves, it was slightly more than that, but
I do believe it was more than that,
Yes,
but I
ma'am.
don't have the correct number.
you don't have it in front of you?
No, not in front of me, but I can get that information for you.
Please do. Of those 12, just for edification of people who don't have your written testimony in front of them, how many were disciplined and what was their position, their title? Or
Sure. So there were 12 total.
Yep.
Out of the 12, there was one senior social services manager, one social work supervisor, one senior social work manager, 4 social work supervisors, 1 child welfare specialist 3, 2 child welfare specialist 2s, and 2 child welfare specialist 1s.
And that was an internal review that you guys did. And were those decisions made specific to the Moody case or on a larger scale?
Yes, they were.
I'm sorry, that was a 2-part question. Yes doesn't fit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Restate your question.
I asked if it were those decisions were made specific to the Moody case or at a larger scale.
Specific. So they were all because of the Moody case. I'm going to ask you to restate your question one more time. I apologize.
I just asked if the disciplinary decisions were made specific to the Moody case or if it was on a larger scale.
It was specific to the Moody case.
Okay. So in some form or fashion, you recognized deficiencies within their performance on that case. Is that fair
Yes.
enough?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. Back to when I went down in April, Dr. Campbell, I specifically asked about any referrals for criminal charges, and I was told there were none. In the testimony, you guys have provided that there were 3 referrals. Assuming that's lost in translation, I'm going to give you guys a chance to clarify why I would be told none and what the 3 criminal referrals are in your testimony. In the written testimony, I think there's 3 dates.
Yeah, so there are 3 dates of referrals to the district attorney's office. May 25th, 21, June 12th, 22, February 27th, 24. And your question is about the conversation that was had between you and Dr. Campbell?
Just want to clarify, I was not told there were criminal referrals, and now there are criminal.
I wasn't there when
Yes,
you
ma'am.
had that
Yes, ma'am.
meeting,
That's fine.
so I can only provide this.
And those criminal referrals were made to what entity specifically?
They were the written notifications to the district attorney's office. And then we also had 4 to law enforcement.
So you have 4 to Charlotte-Mecklenburg PD
Yes,
and 3 to the district attorney's office.
correct.
And those dates are listed in the written testimony.
Yes.
Trying to thread this needle here. Those are related to specifically Dominique Moody or larger, like?
So what's in this testimony, in this written testimony, those are specifically related to Dominique.
Those would all be
Moody.
specific to the Dominique?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I know there's
And I
another
think
court
someone
order
else
that we're
had
trying
asked
to-
earlier for some documentation, so I had that on the list to provide as a follow-up.
Okay. My question is, if there are 3 criminal referrals, I'm assuming coming from your office, it's going to be for abuse or neglect in some form.
Yes.
Why was the child allowed to remain in that house after 3 criminal referrals?
So policy states anytime we accept a case for an investigation, we have to notify law enforcement and the DA's office. We have to do a verbal notification to law enforcement, and then we have to do a written notification to law enforcement. Well, law enforcement and the DA's office, you have to do a verbal notification, and then you have to follow up with a written notification within 48 hours. So that's for any child, not just specifically to Dominique Moody. And it doesn't matter what the allegations are. If it rises to the level of an investigation, then we have to make that notification.
And all but one of the reports were unsubstantiated.
That's accurate.
And again, just give me the years of that the criminal referrals occurred.
Sure. The years 2020, 2021, and 2024.
Does the I'm going to go ahead and prime the attorney. I'm going to ask a question, but I don't know if they're going to be able to answer it. Is the 2024 criminal referral the same case that the photograph was taken in 2024? I think I worded that enough that I can get a head nod out of it. Yeah.
No. No.
No. Okay. So I'm just trying to get the math right. So potentially we're talking about 4 individual cases in the 2 buckets that we're talking about, the one with the picture and the 3 with criminal referrals. None of them overlap is what I'm trying to establish. So why make the criminal referral and not follow up with an investigation? Why not remove the child? At some point, there has to be a pattern. 2020, when was Dominique Moody placed there? 2019, right?
Correct.
So probably within a year, you're getting a referral, a criminal referral. The very next year, you're getting a criminal referral out of your office. I'm not undermining the quality of the work that happened on the ground. I'm questioning the quality of the decision making and at what level that decision is made. And then in 2024, there's at least 2 incidents. Reminder, Ms. Moody didn't pass. She didn't die succumb to her injuries and the abuse and neglect and torture that she suffered until December of 2025. So these are several opportunities for intervention that were wasted, squandered. And I think this committee, the state, the general public, and the family deserve to know why. None of you want to take a shot at justifying?
No, I think we're on the record saying that we did our investigation. We held staff accountable that were directly responsible for making
You
those
held
decisions.
staff accountable. There are 3 people on trial for committing the murder. No one has been charged for enabling it. No one from your office has even been referred to your legal department to see if they would be eligible. This is your testimony before this committee. So I ask again, are you willing to make the referrals?
I believe Manager Bryant is on the record saying yes. He responded yes
No
to
one
you.
is on the record to my question yet. He
You
may
have-
be on the record to
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought,
change policies and implement different changes in the future for,
No, you're right. I'm not on the record
Yes,
of
sir.
responding yes. I am being legally advised. I can't respond to that question. I'm sorry.
I find it troubling that you can't even answer whether or not you will look into finding out if there's a criminal violation here by your employees, and if there's even a need to reference it to the DA. I mean, but I shouldn't be, because it's par for the course for what we found in the DSS report, which you've already accepted as, I believe you said, very accurate. We talked about general proceedings. I'm a foster parent. You guys know this. We talked about this when I was in your office. I get my monthly visits. I also get therapists and all kinds of other people associated with some of the trauma that comes into the house that these children experience, that come and do constant visits, right? And so there's a constant, for lack of a better term, surveillance of my house to make sure that we're providing adequate care for the children that are entrusted to us. At the very least, to not be worse than the environment they came from, right? If we're going to set a standard, let's at least start there and then build up. And so they come in, they sit at the dining room table, they have conversations with the children. Our other kids are playing, we send them outside so that they're not pervy to the conversations. We give them their space, we let them do their thing, but we're there if they need us. I don't even know where in the Dominique Moody case they would sit. You're saying they did home visits. Where did they sit? I've seen the pictures. There's no dining room table. Where would they sit? On the pull-out couch that's waist high in fecal matter and clothing and debris next to a hole in the ground? I believe a direct quote that was given to me when I asked the question of how do you know that your workers did the home visits that they report they did? And your response to me was, we have no reason to believe that they wouldn't have done it. I challenge that notion today as I did in that room. It is impossible for them to have conducted the home visits appropriately and not noticed the condition of the house. We have anybody else who wants to talk? Do you want to talk?
Mr. Chairman, I would really like to address, if I can.
Representative Jones, you are recognized.
First off, I would like to apologize for being late. There was a lot of the people's business I had to do today. I did not need to be here for you to share the gravity of this situation. I'm a dad of 2 girls. I don't know if you've answered this question. Whose fault's this? Yours, sir? Yours, ma'am? Whose fault is it? Who let this fall through the cracks? Who didn't do their job?
As county manager, I take full accountability for individuals that did not follow through on their job, sir.
So it's your fault this child's dead.
I take full accountability for anyone that didn't follow through on their job, sir.
And do you think you still should be in this job?
Should I still be? I do.
You do.
I do.
With a dead child on your hands, and the blood on your hands, what you've caused?
I don't believe I caused this, sir. I was not in my role when this happened.
That's why I just asked you, who's responsible? You said you are.
Well, I take the role of the manager is...
Like, in fairness to the majority leader, he was not in here when we went through your background. You were not in this current role, but to be clear, you were deputy county manager for 5 years prior, correct?
I was deputy county manager, however...
That suffices.
Mr. Chair,
No, it does not.
I'll move on so the gentleman doesn't have to defend himself. By profession, I own a funeral home. And it's never a pleasurable time when the child comes in. And I've had the opportunity to look at this child's embalming report, her preparation report, and the condition of her body. I've been the last person to hold a baby in their arms, to sing a lullaby to them when their heads have been crushed in, their arms have been broken, they've been slammed to the concrete and never knew love. While they may not have felt it alive, at least in my heart, I knew that God at least knew that I was trying to do the right thing. If you had a remote responsibility, ma'am, if you had a remote responsibility for that child weighing 27 pounds with rat bites on her body, with open contusions, with bruising, living on fecal matter, you shouldn't be sitting in here today. It's inhumane what this child went through. And how you can sit here today and even be as calm and collected as you're being in the few moments I've got to see you is just baffling. I mean, the tears should be streaming down your face. Either you don't care or you're incompetent. I don't know which one. But I had to come in here and say my piece as a father of what I got to witness and what this child went through. If you were deputy director and you had your hands on this in any way whatsoever, if you knew about it in any way whatsoever, I think you should be down in the Mecklenburg jailhouse yourself, because I think you're just as much responsible if you're the overseer and you're letting people out in the field not do their job. How many more Dominiques is it going to take? How many more babies have to die before you say, okay, maybe I'm in the wrong role. Maybe I'm incompetent. I don't know what I'm doing. There shouldn't be one death. There shouldn't be one child treated like this. Do you have an explanation?
I do. And with respect, your characterization of my involvement is inaccurate. I've had no direct involvement.
I didn't say. I said if you did.
If I did.
I said
well,
if
the answer is I did not. just for clarity,
Okay.
even as deputy, I had no direct or indirect involvement.
Well, let me ask you
When it came to my attention, and you missed me, you weren't here when I responded, as manager, I took immediate action. I wanted to know what happened as well. Hence why I instructed an independent investigation to find out what happened, why did it happen, and how can we ensure it doesn't happen again, sir?
Ms. Loadholt, did you have responsibility of this?
I think we all equally share.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. I'm a little.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can.
Yep. So,
If I'm too country for you, we'll get an interpreter.
So I do think that we all share responsibility and things that should have been done or could have been done. I do want to point out that our last involvement with Dominique Moody was February of 2024. And I do understand that she passed away on December, the middle of December 2025. So that was well over a year in which we had seen her or her living conditions.
As the director, were you made aware of the conditions of this child anytime between February and the December date?
Yes. You mean February 24 and December 25? Yes.
Were those reports fairly extreme neglect? Were you hearing? Were there problems?
The reports that came, I can speak to the reports that came in, right? Let me clarify, sir. I misspoke. We have not had involvement since February 2024. So what I'm hearing from the council is that I said we had been involved since February 2024. We have not had any involvement with Dominique Moody since February 27, 2024. The next time we were alerted on Dominique Moody was in December of 2025. So that was well over a span of a year.
You had counsel. What's counsel got to do with you knowing when you're supposed to be doing your job and making sure things are getting handled?
They were letting me know that I misspoke because I want to make sure you have correct and accurate information. Our last involvement with Dominique Moody was February of 2024. After we contended our case there, we had no more involvement with her until December of 2025.
Till she was dead.
Yes.
Till she was dead.
Yes.
Feel like y'all did a pretty good job? That was a question. You feel like you've done a good job? Do you think you handled this case and your people pretty good?
I think for the time that we were involved, I think the workers did the job by following the policy and the protocol.
Well, they didn't. You got a dead child on your hands, so you didn't do the job. I'll answer it for you. Is it incompetence or just don't give a crap? It's one or the other. Because if you cared, if I was in your position and I'd been notified about this, I'd have got myself in my car and I'd have drove and looked at it myself so I could have made that decision. Did you by chance go out and take a look yourself?
In December of 25?
Anytime.
So the last report.
Did you personally go to that house yourself?
I would like to answer your question, sir.
I want that one answered. I'm asking you a question. Did you go to that house yourself?
Not in February 24.
I didn't ask you about February 24. I said, have you been to that house? So
No.
you did not go check on this
I
child
did not.
after reports have came into you. That's a no. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Representative Echeverria, you recognize.
You know, I've only been here for a year and a half, and these oversight meetings are always interesting because there's this point that they all come to where the people here have to decide if their loyalties lie with their government agency or with the people. So in your case, if your loyalties lie with Mecklenburg County government or Mecklenburg County residents, And, I mean, you guys are circling pretty good, but in your answers, there were 3 reports in 22, 1 report in 23, 2 reports in 24, 2 reports in 25. Now, there were a lot of opportunities there to intervene. And what I want to do is, because we've had a long discussion without reading the details of what happened. A long discussion. So I'm going to read portions of the affidavit, of the officer affidavit to obtain criminal charges. So on Tuesday, December 16th, 2025, at about 7:40 in the morning, they responded to an assist medic call for service at the Gwyn Hill Road house, where they found a 6-year-old. The residence is a 3-bedroom residence. It was extremely unkempt with strong odor of feces and urine. The residence was cluttered and numerous rats were scurrying through it. The residence had a mixture of animal and human feces throughout. 7 different reports came to your office since 2022. Several holes leading to the exterior of the residence were also located in the floor and ceiling. During your reports you made, Mecklenburg County referred the family for a child medical exam, even though they unsubstantiated the report. On another one, based on the assessment, the county concluded in 24 that child protective services were not needed. I'm pretty certain the holes didn't get in the floor. I would imagine that all the feces, both human and animal, didn't get there after your visit. The oven in the residence was also located in the floor, the oven in the kitchen, a space heater in the living room, and space heater in the bedroom were the only sources of heat. There was no centralized heat. The space heater in the living room set on a concrete block on the floor pointed toward a cot in front of the couch. The heater was about 2 minutes from the couch. The victim, the reason we're here, was identified by her guardian, Tanya McKnight, as 6-year-old Dominique Moody. The victim's hair, nails, and body were dirty. She had open wounds and scarring in various stages of healing covering most of her body. The victim was extremely small and reported by hospital staff to weigh only 27 pounds. This is an officer's affidavit. She had a healed ligature mark going all of the way around her right ankle and linear healed scars on top of her right arm. On top of her right foot and outer right leg were healed circular scars. The victim had an open circular wound on the outer left ankle, which appeared to be a burn. She had various minor wounds on her knees, face, arms, and legs. The most significant injuries were detected to her genitalia and buttocks. The skin on the inner thighs, genitalia, hips, and buttocks were darkened and wrinkled with numerous fresh wounds. She also had wounds in various stages of healing on her upper thighs and hips. And then it goes into the medical examiner's report and the fact that there were other kids there. Your department oversaw that. 7 reports since 22, 2 reports in 24, 1 report in 23, 13 reports total. The state says the only way you guys didn't know about the history was because you didn't look at it. That's what the state says. The state says you didn't do your job and look at the history, or you would have seen the abuse. Everybody comes to this moment in this committee. Where do your loyalties lie? How many lost kids do we have in Mecklenburg County being ignored just like this? I've sat here for most of the day just listening, and this is the most upsetting hearing we've had. And that's hard because we also had Irena here, that hearing. But you're talking about a child entrusted, people reporting, your employees saying we need a referral, and we haven't been told why not yet. Why wasn't she checked on? Why wasn't she removed? We haven't heard it yet. We've talked around it. This is how ugly it is, and your department oversaw the whole thing. You had one job. You have one job: protect the children who need protecting. Now, I get it, some caseloads are heavy, but these are severe. They were asked earlier, you don't have that many cases with 13 different reports. Of course, this should have gotten the attention necessary. And no, staffing will not fix it because staff looked at it. It wasn't that someone didn't get to it, they got to it, and they dismissed it. They got to it. It wasn't at the bottom of a pile not seen. It was looked at and dismissed under your authority. And yes, if somebody committed a crime, it's your duty to refer them. You don't get to decide that. Man, I'm upset. The people of North Carolina are upset. I read the comments on the articles, and people sent emails about this. We are betrayed. And it's your fault. I yield my time.
I want to ask a couple more questions, and I also want to close. Just for clarity, it's already out now. The supervisor no longer works with you that made the decision that the photographs were not of ligature marks, but from a nail protruding from a crib. We've already talked about how only one of the reports was substantiated, and that was on the day of her death. So every time you had involvement, you did not see or did not claim to see evidence necessary to save this child, to intervene. There's no doubt. We've heard it referenced several times that it's possible that she could have been saved, and it's possible with changes. No. I see here no less than 4 intervention opportunities that were missed, abandoned. Of the reports that you guys received, and this is the craziest part to me, is we've gone round and round with the contradictions. Did any of them have reference to the child, as was just stated in the report, being nailed to inside a crib?
I don't recall any of the reports about her being nailed to the crib.
None of them. None of them. This is going to be your testimony that we're going to hold you to for a long time. None of them made reference to her being a lid being nailed to the top of a crib.
Not that I recall, not to my recollection.
That is different than the testimony that was presented to me in April.
I wasn't present for your testimony in April. I can only testify to what I recall and my recollection.
Yet another discrepancy, Dr. Campbell, or would you like to clarify?
No, I think what Ms. Loadholt is answering is that she doesn't recall from the case record whether or not that was a specific allegation, not that what you were, what we discussed with you in Charlotte in April wasn't that, right? Like, she's just saying she doesn't recall what's in the record.
How about you?
So I recall that that was discussed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, we're back to the position of both things can't be true. Either.
Mr. Chair,
I lost you.
may I interject?
Yes.
I think it's probably going to be wise for this committee to do some legislation going forward to maybe have some competency qualifications for positions like this because, gosh, my 20 minutes seems like a lot of amnesia and can't remember stuff. So I would like to put that forward to the chair so maybe we can look at legislation to help prevent this because we need some people that can actually remember what happens.
Happy to join you in that endeavor, sir. Back to both things cannot be true at the same time. If there were reports, and we've already established that the only report that was substantiated was ultimately the one in December where she passed. So that means all others were unsubstantiated by default. It's not a breach of anything, it's just math. That's the way it works. So a report of a child being nailed into a crib was unsubstantiated, yet to overturn another report, they reference a nail protruding from a crib. Which is it? Which one qualifies for the removal of a child and the intervention of your body to preserve life? You can pose that as a hypothetical. That's the problem. The inaction. The freezing when people are counting on you to respond. That's the ultimate failure here, is the doing of nothing when the doing of something is required. I have a closing statement written that I don't even know if I can read right now because I tend to be well in control of my facilities and my temper. And I'm losing that right now. And I apologize, but I think it's incredibly necessary and appropriate. If you will not commit to having people sent for legal evaluation in the case, the investigation you've done for charges, I call on DA Merriweather to do it. There should be people held to account, and I believe there are people at that table that should be held to account for the criminal neglect that has been shown in this case and other cases, which is proven by the DHHS report. If I assist in the commission of a crime, I am culpable. I've already read you 3 different statutes that make reference to failure to do your job. And we keep hearing we had no involvement since February of 2014, as if it's a get out of jail free card. And if DA Merriweather reads the law the same way I do, you better hope it is. What was your position, Ms. Loadholt, in 2024?
In February 2024, I was not employed with Mecklenburg County. I did not begin employment with Mecklenburg County till March 25th of 2024.
Mr. Bryant, what was your position?
Thank you. In 2024, I was Deputy County Manager of Internal Support Services.
Ms. Campbell, you weren't even in the state then, were you? You were in the state, weren't you? But you weren't with Mecklenburg County, were you?
No, I was in Florida.
So we have no less than 4 opportunities to intervene here, and they were squandered. Today's testimony presents a picture of just sheer incompetence, a lack of willingness to do your job, and that starts at the top. Mr. Bryant, you cannot say the buck stops with you when he asks you and then shirk responsibility when he says who's responsible. Who's going to be held accountable? If you are not willing to pursue the law in protecting children, why are you there? Is there anything more important? That's a question.
No, it's not.
Thank you. How about you, Ms. Campbell?
Representative Chesser, there is nothing more important than the safety and stability of children and their families.
Thank you, ma'am. How about you, Ms. Loadholt?
I agree. There's nothing more important.
And what should happen to those that violate the trust placed in them to protect our children? We can go in the same order if you like.
I believe that people should be held accountable. We don't get to always determine what the consequences are for another's actions, but I do believe that, you know, in our roles, we should hold people accountable to the greatest extent that we can, right? Understanding that we don't have all the cards for all the situations and partners to help us with that accountability. And I think that that also applies to keeping kids safe, not just accountability and consequences, but to the very act of keeping kids safe.
On that, we agree. Anyone else want to take a stab at that? No? Okay.
I agree with everything she said.
Not because we did not have a pleasant encounter last time, and not because I don't enjoy talking to you guys, but I hope to never have you sit in front of this committee again. I hope that the plan you have in place, Mr. Bryant, with the trust that you've placed in these two ladies, is well rewarded. But if it comes without consequences for those who caused the reason that you're sitting here, it's forfeit. It's empty, it's hollow, and it's worth nothing. We're adjourned.